now at a point for the approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Trombley, supported by Ms. Mitchell. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any nays? That passes 7-0. Next item is the superintendent reports. Dr. Uncle.
Absolutely. So I'm going to talk about a few things today, but I'm going to start with something we're very excited about. This is our new teachers to the district. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Scalen, and he and the principals are going to introduce about 30 new teachers to the Brighton area schools family. So, Mr. Scalen.
Yes, thank you. We process that started in March with our first teacher career fair that continued all the way through up until I was holding hiring meetings last week to fill some positions. So we are excited about the group that's before us here this evening, and we thought nothing better than to be able to formally introduce them to the school board and to the public. And we'd like our principals to come up and share a little bit about each one from the building level. And so we will get started with Brighton High School. Mr. B.
Good evening. Is this working? It's a pleasure to be up here in front of all you and introduce our new teachers. We were lucky enough to find exactly what we were looking for. And so new high school teachers, I'm going to say your name. Just stand up and wave, and you can sit back down as I say a few words about you. Our first teacher is Laura Audish. Laura is an experienced English language art teacher. She has multiple advanced degrees with a focus in teaching and writing. Laura's just moved to Michigan last year, and she let us know that she spent last year as a substitute teacher in the surrounding area, looking for the best place to continue her career. We are very pleased that she has chosen Brighton High School as her place to continue her career. It was Laura's facilitation of learning, her immediate rapport with our volunteer students who allowed her to come in and teach a lesson to her, and a really delightful sense of humor that cemented our offer to her. So we're excited for Laura Audish to join us. Our next new teacher is Emily McCann. Thanks, Emily. Emily is a recent grad from the University of Michigan. Emily was by far our front runner from the very beginning of this process. Her positivity, her enthusiasm, her instructional creativity led the entire interview team, all interview team members and our volunteer students to get behind Emily as our first new teacher to the Brighton High School Social Studies Department in 11 years. So we are happy to have Emily join the high school. Our next new teacher is Amy Elliott. Amy completes our hiring for our language arts department. Amy is recently, or actually probably in the process of relocating to Michigan. She was born in Michigan and was living in the Chicago area for quite a while. We're very lucky and gracious that Amy chose Brighton. She had other offers this year in Michigan that she received this summer. Amy stole our volunteer students' hearts and blew the interview team away with her creativity throughout the entire hiring process. Our next hire is Priscilla Walsh. Priscilla is going to double the size of our art department at the high school. So we were happy to see such a huge increase of need in our art classes, and we actually needed to hire a full-time teacher to take care of that. So Priscilla comes to BHS as a recent grad of Western Michigan University. Throughout the interview process, she impressed our interview team with her passion for art, but more importantly, her ability to make art accessible to all students. So there are kids in that classroom who really weren't interested in moving forward with a lot of art classes at the high school. But during that lesson with her, she really blew those kids' minds, and they were very excited to have her join our school. Priscilla has a positive and engaging personality, and we hope that she continues to help our art program grow. We'd love to hire another art teacher. And then finally, Elizabeth Crane. So nice to see everybody show up tonight. Elizabeth is an experienced science teacher who's demonstrated the ability to reach students of all ability levels in her past teaching. From the most supported classrooms through the advanced placement curriculum. Her selection was unanimous. amongst the interview team and the volunteer students due to her approachability, her creative lesson planning, and the desire to be actively involved in extracurricular events at Brighton High School. So we really, we couldn't have received better reference information when we called on all 5 of these teachers. It was great to hear their former colleagues be so sad to lose them, or their former supervisors, be so proud of passing on great educators to us. We've added experience, we've added talent, we've added excitement, and we've increased our overall growth mindset at Brighton High School by hiring these 5 women. Most importantly, though, we found what we were looking for, and that is to improve the teaching and learning and to strengthen the Brighton difference at Brighton High School. So that's it. Yes.
Mr. McCall?
Well, the first thing I have to do is probably the most difficult. I'll be filling the shoes of Mr. Bill Renner from Spencer Elementary first. Bill had to, he was with his son, a recent BHS grad tonight, moving him into college. So I'll be taking his spot, and I'm really proud to do that, starting off with Miss Olivia Iden. So Olivia said, she cannot wait to get started teaching kindergarten at Spencer. This will be her 3rd year teaching. Previously, she taught in Fowlerville. She is a graduate of Michigan State University with a degree in elementary education and a minor in both language arts and teaching English to speakers of other languages. She also just completed her master's degree in educational instructional strategies. And I'm proud to say she danced with my daughter when they were just teeny tiny. So it's very nice to see. I told her I was going to make her stand up and dance, but I won't do that to her tonight. So welcome to Olivia. Miss Brianna Whiter. Miss Whiter graduated from the University of Michigan, majoring in psychology with an emphasis in childhood development and adolescence. She later added on her teaching certificate when she realized her true passion was within the walls of the classroom. This is her 3rd year teaching. She couldn't be more excited to join the Brighton family, and she's getting married in December. Our next teacher is Miss Ashley Gunn. Ashley will be teaching 2nd grade this year at Spencer. She graduated from Central Michigan University, and Mr. Renner wrote in here, fire up chips. And since graduating from college, she has been living and teaching in Florida, and she just got married this past summer. Our next teacher is Miss Brianna Burke. Brianna has made a seamless transition into Spencer's Deaf and Hard of Hearing program teaching this year. She made the trek back from Michigan from the very warm and sunny Arizona with her husband just a few short weeks ago. She is an Eastern Michigan University graduate, and this is her 7th year of teaching. Did I miss any of our Spencer teachers? No? Yes? All right. If anything was wrong in the bios, blame Bill. Now I'm very proud to talk about, my name is Chris McCullough. I'm the principal at Hawkins Elementary, and no bias to anybody else, but I'm really proud to welcome some people to the finest teaching staff anywhere around. And I would like to start with Miss Celeste Woodard. Celeste has the best of both worlds. She's going to be split between Spencer and Hawkins. As an elementary resource room teacher, she has been in education for 15 years. She's taught at both the elementary and the high school. She's most recently was in Alma High School. Her husband and her 2-year-old son are excited to be moving to Brighton. So we welcome you, and we're glad you're in our new Brighton area family. The next one up is Samantha Buttman. Samantha recently worked at Fenton High School for 4 years. She moved to Brighton a year ago. She has 2 daughters that are 4 and 5. And I just have to tell you, sitting in on her interview, it took about 15 seconds for her passion and her enthusiasm and her love for children to come through. And that was the thing that just swayed us. We sat down afterwards saying, this is the kind of person we want working with the population and our students at Hawkins. So we are so proud and excited to have you join our staff. So thank you, Samantha. And next up, I have Melissa Viacis. So Melissa, oh yes. Melissa is a unique situation. Last year I was looking for a building sub. And as I was calling around, her name was given to me. When I called her on the first call, she said, I'm sorry, I already have a full-time teaching position in one of our neighboring districts. She called me back later that day and says, you know what? I'll take the job. And I think it's the only time I've ever said this to any teacher in an interview. I said, you know what? I'm going to highly recommend you don't take this job. If you have a full-time teaching position, keep it. And she said, no, that's how bad I want to work for Brighton. That could have gone either way. She was our building sub last year and absolutely blew us away. Every classroom she was in, the teacher came to me and said, you have to hire this person. She did not disappoint. So she will be teaching 2nd grade for us this year, and I just could not be happier to have her join our staff. So those are our new teachers at Hawkins and Spencer, and we welcome all of you.
Mr. Rudolph?
I'm Cody Rudolph. I'm the new principal at Hilton. I have the honor of only having one new hire because I was coming in and they're like, well, we don't want to leave yet. You would see. Anyway, just kidding. So we only have one new hire and I'm really excited. And before I have her stand up, the 2 things I noticed, we had 2 other principals in the district in the elementary school. One she worked for last year as the building sub. And then this year, Jack's probably not real happy with me because she was going to take a long-term sub position. Caitlin McKay, if you'll stand up for me. So the coolest thing is I am in the district and I have a couple of friends who are Spencer teachers. And I love the fact that they speak to, she was trying to get into classes anytime she had prep time, anytime she had downtime to see what best teaching looks like. She is extremely positive and we were so happy to have her.
Mr. Yates?
Good evening, everyone. This is my 43rd year in the district. Yeah, you're saying, is he still here? I am. Thank you. I love Brighton area schools. I have been here for quite a while, and you'll see some of the fruits of our labor here at the end of one of my new people that I'm hiring in. But one person is Scott Turner. Scott isn't here this evening. He's going to be our new media specialist. If you know Horning, Tracy Richards has been a phenomenal person. She's going over to Spencer, and Scott was put in my lap, and I couldn't be more thankful. The things that I've heard from Scranton and from Maltby, that he's been their media specialist. I'm thrilled to have Scott on board. His son's moving up at Michigan State tonight, so that's where he's at. The next person, Caitlin Lipinski. If Caitlin could stand up. Caitlin. I have to thank Michelle Allison, who brought Caitlin in our lap over at Horning for our resource. We ended up hiring, in fact, we have Carolyn McNulty joining us too. It's going to be a whole new resource room team with Caitlin jumping in there. She has a couple of years experience in a charter school. So she's been working with some little guys already. So we're glad Caitlin's coming into our building. Samantha Trower. Samantha is a new third grade teacher, and Samantha we stole from Dottie and Howell in Heartland. Sorry, not even sure where Dottie's at, but I did steal it from her. Samantha's about ready to get hired in, and she wanted to come to Brighton. That was something that was our goals, and I'm thrilled that Samantha. She went through the hiring process, and she was one of our top candidates. So she has some experience teaching and doing some long-term subs in Heartland, and they thought highly of her, but we stole her anyway. So, Lauren Reichs, please stand. Lauren Reichs, a new 2nd grade teacher over at Horning. Lauren, when I was looking through resumes, I saw the name Reichs pop up, and I'm like, no, that can't be. So I emailed, I go, Miss Reichs, did you go to Hawkins Elementary? And she's replied, LOL, Mr. Yates, yeah, you were my principal back then. So Lauren, I said, you need to come on out and interview. Lauren comes with about 6-7 years in second grade and a charter school. So she's jumping in. She knows the second grade curriculum, and we're thrilled to have Lauren come back to Brighton area schools. And I saw her mom. Her mom's our PTO president, and she was up setting up the room the other day, Trudy, and we were just reminiscing, going over days at Hawkins, because I was there for a while too. A few years. Carissa Blackie, please stand up. We lost half of our kindergarten staff. 2 teachers retired out of the 4, and Carissa came to us from South Lyon, and the references were outstanding. And I found out later, without even knowing, I said, Mr. Scaling, we're checking, right? He goes, you don't have to check anymore. I've known Carissa and her family at South Lyon forever. She's one of the best kids that you'll ever have. So kindergarten, Carissa, this is her first teaching job, and we're thrilled that she is teaching kindergarten at Horning Elementary. With that, and last but not least, is Emily Garris. Please stand up. Emily Garris came to Horning in kind of a different way. I was at a card show, if you know me. I collect autographs. I'm standing in line to get Mickey Stanley's autograph, who lives about 2 miles from Horning. And he looks up, he goes, Jack, what are you doing here? And I go, I collect this stuff. He goes, I was going to stop by Horning and let you know that my granddaughter-in-law, soon to be, she's looking to get a kindergarten job. And I go, well, we don't have anything right now, Mickey, but I'll keep her in mind. 2 years later, I was keeping Emily's phone number nearby and said, you need to come in and do some interviewing. Emily from North Carolina, one of the sweetest people you ever meet. I met her mom the other day too, and just the kindest person. But Emily stood out in the interview process with Carissa as by far our top 2 candidates. Emily's coming in with just a little bit of experience with some subbing, but we're glad that she's going to be one of rounding out our kindergarten team. And that's it for Horning. Thank you. And I got an autograph too. One other thing, I'm standing in the hallway, and there's a big fellow walking down, and I look up, and he goes, I've been sent to the principal's office for a teacher. And it was Mickey Stanley coming down. He was helping set up Emily's classroom. It's good to see you.
Mr. Brenner?
Okay, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce our new teachers from Maltby Intermediate School. My name's Scott Brenner. I'm the principal there. This is Danny, who is my co-principal. I've been in the district half as long as Jack Yates. Even with all this gray hair. Just kidding. I've been here longer than that. Well, this is my 27th year, and I think this is my 20th year as an administrator. So I've hired a lot of people. And you know you got a good one when you call their principal and the principal goes, no, no. And that's what we got. So we have 3 fantastic teachers coming to Maltby. Our first one is Alex Bouchard. You would stand up, Alex. Alex comes to us from Dearborn Public School. She's been teaching in a 4th grade classroom for the past 4 years. And starting her 5th year of teaching here in 5th grade with us at Maltby Intermediate. Alex graduated from Michigan State University with a bachelor's in elementary education with a specialization in mathematics. She continued her educational journey with MSU to earn a Master of Arts in Teaching and Curriculum with a concentration in educational technology and science and mathematics education this past December. She's excited about being a Brighton Bulldog and jumping into the extracurricular activities that Brighton has to offer, and we are pleased to have her. And Mr. Ayton is going to introduce our other new teachers.
Very excited to announce first Megan Lashbrook. Megan received her master's degree in teacher certification from U of M, and where she also earned another endorsement in English as a second language and completed a certificate in trauma-informed practice. Has wonderful experiences, wonderful energy. So excited to have her. She did her student teaching in a 3rd grade class in Ann Arbor, and we're excited. She's excited. It's a great fit for us. Thank you, Megan. We also have Grace Rosinski. Sorry. Grace came back to us. She's a Bulldog. She graduated in 2012, so we're great. She came back home. She attended Michigan State University for her undergrad and master's degree. Been teaching in Owasso for the last 4 years, and we stole her out of there and brought her home here back to Brighton. So glad to have her.
Dr. Hiller.
Good evening. Scranton won the lottery. We had the most new hires this year. We are actually having a whole new 7th grade ELA team. And so we're very excited for some freshness and newness that our teachers are bringing us. So Missy Sadie, go ahead. She has been such a huge part of Scranton for the last 2 years as an educational assistant. I can't say enough about her. She's the first to volunteer, the first to find new and innovative ways. She helped us out tremendously during any sort of quarantines and pieces. Last year, she gave up her time to help and support students in a Google Classroom that she created. Not only that, outside of the classroom, she's doing the Scranton Science Olympiad team, the Brighton Techno Robotics team. She's also a swimmer in Pinckney, and she helps coach there. She just brings a wealth of knowledge and support, and she's been running our Scranton leadership group. So she was actually there all day today and then came back here tonight to do this. So we really appreciate her backgrounds in gifted and talented English and French. Can't say enough.
Good evening, everyone. Next up at Scranton, we have Dr. Carolyn Hansen. Perfect timing. So Dr. Hansen was one of our BVA teachers last year, and she also worked at U of M as a literacy services specialist. Previous to these positions, she was the learning consultant from Northville Public Schools. Her doctorate is in curriculum and instruction with a focus on reading and language arts, as well as social studies. Her focus has been on readers and writers workshops and supporting learners and teachers to support reading development. Dr. Hansen is a proud alum of Brighton High School and currently has her own 2 children at Spencer and Maltby this school year. We know that she will be a leader in our building and an asset to our district. Welcome, Carolyn.
Anthony Forte. Anthony has been a middle school English teacher at Dearborn Academy. He has his bachelor's from EMU in English and journalism. In his previous building, he created an after-school writing club to inspire students. Anthony brings forth a ton of excitement and positivity with learning. He's dedicated to student growth and teaching kids the love of reading and writing. We know he's going to be a positive role model in our building, and we are glad to have him.
Up next, we have Mr. Ty Kuser. So Ty has a true passion for geometry and algebra. He completed his secondary math certification at Eastern Michigan University and has a bachelor's of math degree from The Ohio State University. We will forgive him for that. Not only does Ty understand the concepts and procedures of mathematics, but he is also specialized in finding effective ways to teach and reach students those concepts and procedures. His understanding of math tools and technology will be an important addition to our staff at Scranton. Welcome, Ty.
Jamie Epfel. Jamie was a special education teacher in Clarenceville Public Schools. She has a bachelor's in language arts and a master's in special education. She's focused on implementing specialized instructions for students and believes in collaboration with students and families. We can tell that she has a passion for working in inclusive classrooms and supporting our students. Thank you for coming with us.
And last but not least, our second special ed teacher is Miss Cami Cornelio. So Cami is coming to us from California, where she was a resource teacher and a special education coordinator. She has her educational specialist degree with a focus in special education. Her previous school experience was in an international baccalaureate and dual language immersion school. She was integral in her school's leadership team to support all student learners, and we know that she will bring leadership and expertise in instructional support to our staff at Scranton. Welcome, Cami.
Ms. Mosier?
So it's not all the time we get to hire new instructional coaches in our district. So I'd like to welcome Chelsea Boyd. Chelsea comes from us from Genesee ISD, where she served as a literacy special education consultant. She is a superstar, and we are glad to have her. She's got over 12 years experience, both in special education and reading. And probably one of the best moments is that she heads up a nonprofit, the Reading League, that focuses in the science of reading and literacy. So she comes with us with a wealth of knowledge, and we're excited to have her.
So that will be all of our new teachers. I'd just like to say, in addition to the principals, Michelle Allison, who's here, give us a wave, Michelle. She was very important into working with the principals to hire our special education teachers. So I just want to make sure that in addition to the principals, she certainly was a big part of bringing these teachers on board. So we'd like to do two things. Teachers, we're going to have all of you come up. We're going to take a group photo.
And I would just like
I'm sorry.
to say, before
Right.
you do that, on behalf of the board, welcome to all of you. We're very excited to have you join the Brighton family. As evidenced by the presentations here this evening, you all have incredible credentials. It's very, very impressive. And we know that you are going to enrich our students in so many ways, and we can't tell you how much we appreciate and thank you in advance for what you will do for the children in our district, and we're beyond elated to have you here. So again, thank you very much, and we look forward to a great year.
So we'd like all of our new teachers to come up. We'll take a group photo here. And then when we're finished, we're going to go downstairs to another area where we have a background where we'll do some school-based photos. So coming up here, we'll take a photo.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm just saying.
Are you going to grab that table? Yeah, okay. Yep. For everyone who is in the back, there are now some available seats up here in front. You don't have to stand. You can go ahead and make your way towards the front. Okay. All right, thank you, Dr. Alba, Mr. Scaling, and everyone who made all of those great introductions. Dr. Alba, anything further with respect to the superintendent report, or are we
Yeah,
ready?
I have a couple other topics if I could.
Sure.
I know we did the introductions. I just wanted three things. Two of them are questions for the board from members of our team. The first one, I just want to let you know that enrollment is going really well in the district. We're at projections in all grade levels. The question mark always is kindergarten every year, just because they're new to the district. Just to give you an idea, we projected 377 in kindergarten by the first day. We're at 376 as of this morning. So we're almost at projection, which is good. Junior kindergarten numbers are at 88 currently. We're projected 107. So we are getting closer to that number. School of choice numbers, everything is very steady from last year moving forward. So are there any questions at all about enrollment at this point? The clarity on enrollment won't come until the end of the first week because there are kids that are going to be in our system now that may have moved out of state and things like that. There's some cleanup. So we'll do a report probably at the September 13th meeting and give you a little bit of a better account of where we're at. Any questions on that?
I've got one question. Where are we as far as the timeline for closing school of choice applications?
Yep, we asked for all applications to be in by August 13th, so that has passed at this point.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
okay, you're welcome. So two other topics. The next one is an important question for the board. It should be quick, but we need to get some direction from the board about the bond projects and contingency dollars. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ingleter to ask a question, just so we can get a little bit of direction from the board.
Yeah, I'll keep it pretty brief. Basically, with all the bond projects, whenever you come into it, as you go and bid things out, often you have savings compared to what the estimate or estimated budget was going to be. There's also contingencies that are built into the bond, but as things start to shake out, you start to get an idea of what excess dollars are going to be left for projects that are over and above the scope that was put into the bond app itself. We're through 3 phases of bidding at this point, so we're starting to get a good handle on what that excess dollars will be. And we're looking right now to be somewhere between 7 and 8 million. We're still shaking that out, and obviously it moves all the time as contingency type issues come up with construction. But we're shaking that out now. And so the question really has been put back to us to try to figure out, and that's why we're asking the board, is how are we going to go about, what's the process going to be for determining what that new scope is going to look like? How is that going to be ferreted out, and how are we going to determine what projects become the next things that get done? So that's the overall question that we're trying to figure out at this point. Because we're starting to come up on that where we're going to start to need to plan for these things. So we're just going to throw that out, Matt, unless you want to clarify.
One thing I'd like to clarify, though, is that along with any project, when there's contingency money, which we have available, realistically, that contingency money should be used at the end of the project, not during the project. We are using some contingency money during the project because it saves us money in mobilization costs and other additional costs when there's already a contractor on site. But I wouldn't get too excited about wanting to spend $7 million at this point in time, because that's a number that could change drastically, because we still have 2 more phases to go, which will be another 2 years worth of work. And there could be a number of things that we could run into additional unforeseen items that the contingency dollars are supposed to cover. And that's really what the contingency money is for. So I wouldn't get too excited about wanting to spend it right now until the end of the project to see actually how much we have left.
We're interested in doing perhaps a work session, maybe where we can walk through a status of where we're at right now. Maybe we can get updates on some of the projects. We could even invite the architect and project managers just to give everybody an update so that everybody else can get an idea where we're at. Is that something that might be of interest?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, so we can work on that at some point.
Yeah, so I know that there has been a doodle poll circulated already that STAR sent out to everyone. Obviously, one of the things that we have to do in the near future is to do the superintendent evaluation training that we have to complete. I believe there were some dates that were presented as options in September when Rod Green, who will be facilitating that training on behalf of the MASB, is available. So I would ask everyone to go in and fill that out. As far as the timing and the scope of what we're going to tackle that evening, I don't know, Dr. Outlaw, I don't know, maybe you could provide some insight as to that. I mean, how long do you think the training itself will take? And given, based on that answer, should we have an additional agenda items for discussion that evening when we're together, one of which may be to talk about the process?
So I asked Dr. Green that question, and he thinks no less than an hour and a half, somewhere between an hour and a half to 2 hours it would be for the Board of Education training on that model. So I'm not sure how long the board wants to go. This might be a longer topic potentially.
So, is that required training? Because if you've already been through the training, unless something has changed since the last time we've been through the training, I don't believe it's required.
I don't believe the training was required, but Dr. Krebs, you have not been through the training, Dr. Krebs, and neither have Mrs. Mitchell. You have been through the training.
So I'm not so sure we really need that.
Yeah, I'm
not
going. I'm good. So, and going back to the, whether that's needed, obviously we have gone through most of us have gone through the training and the actual evaluation process with respect to Dr. Gray. We haven't had that, obviously, with Dr. Outlaw yet. And I'm not saying that if you feel that any board member feels they don't need that training and don't want to attend the training, I'm not saying that it is mandatory. We discussed it and felt that it would probably be beneficial.
How much does it cost?
What's the cost of?
The MASB things are not very expensive, but I can find that information out. I don't know.
For me, I'd rather spend 2 hours an hour than spend the 8 million versus going to training, which I've already had. I've done multiple evaluations historically, so I think some board members may need that training more than others.
And honestly, I don't think that Dr. Outlaw has been here long enough for us to even consider the evaluation, at least from my standpoint.
I think legally we have to.
Well, I get that, but my point being is I think it's very unfair to go through that process only because, again, he hasn't been here long enough. So.
Unfair or fair? I mean, we really don't have a choice. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Understand.
But we still we have to, as a matter of law, complete the evaluation.
That's right, but the process shouldn't change between Dr. Gray and Dr. Outlaw.
But in terms of how the intricacies and the nuances of the process, in terms of the information that he's gathering, how that's going to be shared, what's the most effective way in doing that? I mean, Dr. Gray had how he preferred to do it.
Mhm.
We haven't collectively had that conversation with Dr. Outlaw, so I'll leave it up to everyone else. I mean, if no one wants to
do it, I do it on behalf of so many, so we can go through it. It doesn't hurt to listen in.
And I certainly look forward to the refresher because it's been several years since we've gone through the training, and I would like to make sure that we are doing it the right way.
And I had to think things back. I already took it with my refresher.
Can you speak in the mic, please? No one can hear in the back. I know. Thank you.
Thank you. I already took the training, but I would be more than happy to do a refresher course. I think it would be very helpful.
Okay.
Okay. So I will work on some dates for we correspond on, but we're going to have some time where we'll meet and we'll talk about the bond and contingency, and then also we'll set up a time where we could do a training. So we will work on that. So the other topic, can everybody hear okay when I'm speaking here? You can hear me? Okay. All right. How about now? Is this okay?
Okay, apologize for that. We'll work on that piece. So the next topic I want to talk about with the board, I think is the topic that's brought a lot of us here today. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the COVID mitigation strategies. I want to have a chance for board members to ask some questions, to give some feedback. Our parents need to get an update. And so I'd like to have a chance to talk through a few things with the board and ultimately walk away so that I can share back with parents. So parents can have an idea of where we stand on a variety of topics. And so I'll go through a few things here. But before I do that, I know that this has been a tough time. We've been 18, 19 months that we've been in this time period. And the one thing that's been certain through all of this is that things change. Things have changed. There's been many twists and turns, and it has been a very challenging time for everyone. As far as schools, we're trying to find a way. Our primary purpose is to educate our children and to take care of our children. And we take that very, very seriously. We're very dedicated to that. I know I've talked to a lot of people in here in the room, and we do work with the health department all the time. This week, going back to last week, I've been on the phone 2 or 3 times a day with people from the health department. We have regular meetings with the health department, and they've been great at giving us feedback and advice, and we're going to continue to work with them as we head into this school year. But with that in mind, I'd like to go through a few of the things that I would like to have in this letter to our parents and staff, and just go through a couple of the different changes. Most of the things that are in this are the same. They have not changed at all. So I'm just going to briefly go through a couple of them, and then I'm going to go back and just open up to some questions here. There'll be many things that are going to be in place this year that we are just going to continue from last year. The physical distancing, the 3 foot is the 3 feet standard. That is the recommendation. We're going to do that everywhere we can within the district. We'll come back to facial coverings. Staying home when people are sick. That's a big change from what we used to do in the past, where people it was a badge of courage to go to work sick or to come to school, and I fought through it. In this day and age, we need people to stay home when they're sick. That's really important. We're not changing that, but that is a really important piece of this. One of the changes that we have going into this year from the spring is there's been a change from the health department that the close contact identification was 3 feet at the end of last year. Going into this year, it will be 6 feet is from the health department. So they're going back to 6 feet. So again, I'm relaying that information. That is in the health department's orders. That is what they identify as close contact. But let me follow up on it. There's another piece of this that is different. When a student is identified as a close contact or a staff member is identified as close contact, there are 2 options that the health department is recommending. One is the standard quarantine, which we dealt with last year, where it's a 10-day quarantine. A student would stay home, and we have a protocol that we use to educate children that are home at that time. But the health department is going to be releasing at some point this week, they said during the week of the 23rd, an alternative to quarantine. And there is a protocol that they are going to be sharing that will keep students in school. And there's a few things that those folks will do. I'm going to let the health department kind of share that. But I'm glad that we'll have a way to keep students in school if they're identified as close contact. So that was one of the big changes. That is a change from before. Yes, Mr. Khan?
The kids were home quarantined in regular schools. How many of the students came down with COVID?
So I don't have the exact number offhand. The question was of the students. So the question was of the students that were home on quarantine last year, how many came down with COVID? In the classroom setting, it was very, very low. It was less than 5. I don't know the exact number. And we had some that were in athletics, but the numbers were very low that came down with COVID that were that were identified as close contact and quarantine, which is part of the reason why the health department is allowing for an alternative to quarantine.
Is it possible it was 0?
It was not 0. It was not far off from that. It was less than 5.
Less than 5 for the entire school year.
For inside of the school, inside of the classroom, correct?
Okay, now were any of those related to athletics or is that specifically?
Yeah,
to
we
school?
we also had cases in athletics, and there were a handful of those as well.
Separate from in school.
Separate from in school, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So cleaning and disinfecting, the cleaning protocols will continue. Standard cleaning protocols will be in the using products that have been identified to help with the spread of COVID. The ventilation will continue to be a priority. We have special filters and things throughout the district. Those will be there. We're also doing things with extra air ventilation as we go through it. We have people continuing with self-screeners. That's important that everybody takes a chance to self-screen themselves, self-screen your children in order to ensure that we don't have sick people coming into the school district. This is a big one. This is a big one for the county. And you've probably already heard about this from Howell and Heartland, who started school last week. But the CDC travel order about buses, there was an anticipation that mask order for transportation would have been lifted in this last month. It has not been lifted. So masks are going to be mandated on buses per this CDC order. So that is another change that is going to be in our document from what we sent out on July 21st. We'll continue with some grouping strategies where it's appropriate and practicable. That's bubbles or pods at the lower level intermediate school. And in food service, they'll be eating, elementary students will continue to eat with their classmates. And at the high school level, we're just having additional spacing. High school, we have an additional area for kids to eat. Same thing at the middle school, same thing at the intermediate school. A little bit more spacing doesn't hurt. And then in extracurricular and athletics, there are no additional rules. And we're kind of waiting for some guidance of what quarantining will look like for athletics. So I want to turn it back to the board. What questions do you have? What things can I share regarding our preparations for the school year as it relates to COVID-19?
What is our current percentage of infections right now? What was that number? 2 days ago?
The current rate of infections in the county?
Yes.
So I can share that in the past week, this is right off of the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. They track cases, and the health department encourages us to look at cases, as those are real numbers. We had at the end of July, we had 142 cases from the week of July 30th to August 5th. The week of August 6th through August 12th was 152 new cases. And then the week of August 13th to August 19th, which was the last week that's been reported, there were 192 new cases. So there is an uptick that we're seeing over the last 3 weeks. Those are confirmed positive tests.
Look, listen, this is not a question and answer session with the public, okay? Be respectful. Let us have our discussion as a board.
Exactly.
You have to have someone who can answer questions.
Exactly.
We are going to be having a
I'm
discussion.
the only one besides the guy next to him that's doing anything for us.
Ma'am, I'm giving everyone a warning, okay? If you don't, if you're interrupting the board meeting, if you continue to interrupt the board meeting, you'll be asked to leave. And if you aren't, if you don't leave voluntarily, you will be escorted out of the meeting. So all I'm asking for is you be respectful and let us conduct our meeting and have the discussion. You will be given an opportunity during the call, every one of you will be given an opportunity during the call to the public to address the board. That's how it's going to run. That's the decorum of this meeting, and that's how it's going to be handled in a professional manner. Okay? Thank you.
Can you just ask that everyone use the microphone because we cannot.
That's a fair statement, and I would ask all the board members to lower the microphone so that everyone can everyone in the back hear me fine?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, and that's a fair. And I ask that everyone speak up when they are talking so that everyone in the room has an opportunity to hear. Mr. Trombley.
So the buses aren't federally funded, and we're not a federal bus transportation group. Why are the masks being ordered or mandated on buses compared to anything else as a school district?
So this was a question that superintendents in the county, we all worked together. This was a question that we asked for a legal review on. We actually had 2 different legal reviews on that. And there's a belief from those people that gave us those legal reviews that our buses do apply. This order applies to all transportation, including school buses. So we had 2 different attorneys take a look at that at the county level. And that's where the advice comes from. I'm not an attorney, but that's the advice that we were given. Yeah, the one was done by the LESA superintendent, and the other one was done by the Fowlerville School District, and we all shared those documents. So it's not a Bright specific document. Mr. Trombley, did I answer the question?
Good enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
I don't. Okay. Dr. Outlaw, you mentioned that we would continue to have some extra space. Dr. Outlaw, you mentioned that we were going to continue to have space, extra space at lunches for the middle school and the high school. I know last year we had extra gym space that we used at Maltby, Scranton, and at BHS. We also had extra lunch time so that we could ensure the students could maintain that 3-foot distance that we were aiming for. Are we keeping the extra lunch times?
We are not. The scheduling the scheduling is going to be a traditional scheduling with multiple locations. So for example, at the high school, they'll have the traditional cafeteria, and then the auxiliary gym will have many seats in it. So there'll be plenty of space for students to spread out. At the middle school, they have an additional space. And then at Maltby, they have their traditional cafeteria, and then the upper area above the gymnasium like they did last year. So there should be quite a bit of extra space to work with.
So do you think that we're going to have still the 3-foot distance between the tables so that the students are maintaining an appropriate level of social distancing?
Yeah, we should be able to, because we're pretty much doubling the size of the areas to work with. So we should be able to space out fairly well.
Okay. You know, I know we had a lot of success last year in containing the spread student to student and student to staff in our schools. It was certainly one of the things that I personally was very worried about going into last year. And I was very surprised and impressed at how well the mitigation efforts that we had in place last year worked. I'm concerned that we are looking at the success of last year where we had universal masking in our buildings and trying to extrapolate from that whether it's going to continue to work when there are no masks. And I'm a little concerned that we are taking all of the great recommendations of the Livingston County Health Department on how we should mitigate the spread of COVID, except for that one. Their most recent publication does say that they strongly recommend universal masking in schools indoors. Why is it we're not doing that?
So so I'm just being straightforward on it is we had very clear health orders that govern our school district all of last year for 16 months. And on June 22nd, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services lifted the mask mandate for the entire state. So it became recommendations. So recommendations, health departments issue many recommendations every year on many topics. Recommendations are things where you get best advice, and individuals or entities have the choice on how to implement that or if they wish to implement that. Orders are when there's no choice. And so at this time, the health department has not chosen to use orders. So that's why this language matches. We're recommending mask, but an order would take the choice away. And so that's why where we're at. So we do not have a health order regarding masks.
The 3 foot of distancing and some of the other measures that we have in place are also recommendations for the county health department. So what distinguishes the mask recommendation from the other recommendations? Why are we taking all of those other recommendations but not this one?
So many of these are, many of these different things have, some of these are easier to implement than others. The spacing, these are easy. Obviously, there's quite a bit of discussion around the state, around the topic of facial coverings. Again, this is what we're doing as a county. Right now, it's a recommendation. And that's why we have, that's why the position, that is the position of the county and the superintendents at this time. And that's where we're at. So that is the recommendation from the health department.
Thank you.
So didn't we, as a board, last year, decide on a resolution that we'd follow the mandates of the Livingston County Health Department? Did everybody vote yes in regards to that? Who voted no?
So, well, specifically, so referring back to Dr. Outlaw's
Right.
statement a few minutes ago, that when the state lifted the mask mandate near
That's
the
right.
end of the school year, at that point in time, we as a board made a motion to align and it was specific to masks.
Yep.
It was, so the motion that was made and the resolution that we adopted was that the
Wasn't I the one that made that resolution?
Pardon me?
Was I the one that made that resolution or
According to
that motion?
According to the May 25th minutes, you made the motion.
That's what I thought. And what was that motion?
The motion was to align the Brighton area schools mask policy with state law requirements for students and employees and direct the administration to adopt procedures for the implementation of the changes in state law mask policies.
That's right.
So
And
as we sit here today, and
Yep.
and has been the case since May 25th,
Yep.
our resolution that's in effect specific to masks
Yep.
requires us to align with the state law.
And how many board
mandates.
members voted yes for that?
I voted no, Bill.
You
I
voted
was
no?
wrong.
Who else voted no?
It was, you voted yes.
On the, to align with the county.
Yes, to
I
align
think
with the
we're-
state on the
yeah,
mask
I
mandates.
think we all voted yes to that.
So we all voted
Right.
yes on
It
that.
was a
That
five.
was my,
The 5-2.
Yeses, and who were the nays?
I was no.
You were no? So the two noes. So you voted yes, everyone else voted yes. Now, you want to go back and try to change it again? Is that the idea?
I don't believe I've heard anybody really make a recommendation as what to do yet. We're just listening. to
I'm just
what-
asking the question, is that the intent? Is that by asking these questions and these kinds of things, or is it to go back and just switch that
I
now?
think our intent is to look at the situation now and make a decision based on what we now know on
But
today's
is that
data.
because of just being peer pressured into it, or because actually there's something different that's changed?
I'm not peer pressured into anything.
Well, my point being is we as a board voted and made a resolution that we'd follow those. Why aren't we doing, why does somebody interested in changing it now?
We changed it for the time and now the data is changing and we are reevaluating it, which is what we did. Dr. Outlaw said at the beginning, the thing that's changing, the thing that's constant here is change. One of the things that's been very constant throughout all of COVID is change. Things keep changing. We have to update as things are changing. If it wasn't changed, then we would be in the same case we were in last year when we were in the remote learn, when we were in the block scheduling, but we've changed since we did what we did last year.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that was in regards to scheduling. I'm talking in regards to the face distance or the face coverings and the social distancing and the other things that we've done.
Well,
So-
all I'm saying is procedurally that the question was raised, why are we treating masks differently? That was the
Correct.
question that was posed of Dr. Outlaw.
Yes.
What I'm saying, I go back to what happened in May. Because in May, we dealt, it was specific to masks.
That's correct.
That was our policy. So until we as a board change that policy.
That's the way it'll be.
Dr. Outlaw or the administration has no authority to do
Exactly.
anything different with
Exactly.
respect to masks.
Exactly.
That's on us as a board.
That's right.
Now, the administration can make recommendations and decisions with respect to the other mitigation strategies, because those were not part of the resolution that we adopted last May.
Got it.
And I would like to add, for contextual purposes, that when we made that decision as a board back then, there was still a recommendation that we keep the mask mandates in place.
Correct.
And we did not,
That's
we
right.
follow that recommendation. We said, no, we are going to align with state requirements, state mandates with respect to masks.
Right.
That's the way we were then. That's the way where we are as we sit here tonight.
And that's the way we're moving
at
forward at this
8:05.
time.
And so procedurally, the only way that changes, the administration has no authority to unilaterally make that change. The only way that ever changes is if the board had brought that forward, and that's where we are.
Thank you.
Scott?
Yeah, currently, all of Livingston County schools are operating under a no mask mandate, correct?
That's my understanding. I don't believe any other district. Yeah.
This is a question, Dan.
I didn't, but
Folks, please.
whether I'm understanding it though, is the county has adopted this, we'll call it a attempt to free us of masks and the negative effects of masks. And obviously there's people, they're worried that there'll be worse effects if we don't wear the mask. And again, these are very talented people that have these opinions. So anyhow, but at this time, the entire county is without a mask mandate, the way I understand.
Yes, the county, we've worked together, and our policies and procedures are well aligned across the 5 districts at this time.
And so we'll know more.
If I may,
Go ahead.
we're a policy-making board. We run our district and govern our district on policies. And none of us are doctors, bunch of lawyers, bunch of businessmen, but none of us are doctors. So I take, it's the county health department's job to make it a mandate. We don't deal with health mandates. I don't think anybody in this room would want us to make a decision on what kind of medicine they should take for anything that's wrong with that. So, hold on, I might disappoint you. And just as well, I wouldn't want them coming in here and telling us how to run, say, a math program. And I think it's disingenuous that they're putting it on us now. We all agreed. I think I was a dissenting vote on what you were talking about, but I've come to learn that we are capable of taking care of our kids with this. But what I'd like to see is, A, they step up to the game. If they believe that this should be mandated, then they should be the one telling us it should be mandated. And B, I'd like to see our community. In this last year and a half, I dedicated an awful lot of my life to things that don't make me any money and take me away from my family and the ones that I love. And I don't do this for the money. I don't do it for the glory. And I look at this as a community. Brighton. We talk about Brighton as being this great, close-knit, small-like town community. And we let 1.5 years of medical issues that we have no control over any of this split us down the middle so that we're divided all the time. And I'd like to see our community get back together. We should be parenting our kids like we always have in the past. If you have some conditions that you should wear a mask, then by all means do it. And if you know someone that could use the support of you wearing a mask because perhaps they're immune deficient, maybe one of your kids' friends have some type of issue, could be asthma or something that they're worried about, well then just do it because it's the right thing to do. You don't need a mandate to be told to do it. If it's the right thing to do for your friends and your families and your community, just do it. I think we've lost sense of what community is. Community is about taking care of all of us, taking care of each other's back. And I sadly see that we've dissolved to this point in our time. And one in approximately a half year, we're either with you or against you, and that's how we stand. I don't want Brighton to be that community. I want us all to stand together. We can have our differences. We can have different opinions on things, and that's okay. Somehow that became a thing of the past. Now, I don't propose that we set a mandate because I don't think we have the authority to do it. I think I think it's.
I'm not opposing.
I think it's the county's decision.
Suggesting a mandate either. I'm not suggesting a
Time out.
mandate
Let me
either.
just finish. I'll make it quick. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit passionate about this. I want to see our community back to what it was. But I don't recommend a mandate. But I also highly recommend if you've got issues or if you have children that are too young to get vaccinated right now, then wear a mask. But it's your decision. Okay? And my child just turned. Can I finish, please? Can I finish? I absolutely understand that. And that's why I'm the type of person that wears a mask in Home Depot right now, because those people are mandated to do it. I'm double vaccinated, and how many weeks out, I don't know. But I do it out of respect for my community, and I'll do it in the school. That's kind of my statement. I appreciate that.
Example.
Exactly.
Anyone else?
I had one other thing that I wanted to do. I agree with you, Ken. It's really disheartening that when my family, we still sit down and listen to the news together. We listen to the news in the car. I have to talk to my children twice a day, every day, about why it is we don't get along with each other anymore. I have to try and explain to them that it didn't always used to be this way. How did we get here? And I don't really have a good answer for them. So I really want us to come together as a community. And at the same time, I respect the fact that I am a lawyer, not a doctor. I'm on this school board because I want to contribute and help make my community a better place. But I'm not a doctor, and I'm not willing to step in to substitute my judgment for public health officials. But that's why when I'm looking at the recommendations from the Livingston County Health Department, they tell us, consistent with MDHSS guidance, schools are recommended to adopt protocols to require universal masking for students, staff, and visitors, regardless of the transmission rate or vaccination status. And we're currently in Livingston County in a place where the spread of COVID is increasing. We are at a high transmission status. I think, like several other districts in our state, it would be appropriate for us to adopt a mask mandate for our schools when transition. Please let me speak. It would be appropriate for us to have a universal masking requirement indoors when transmission rates are high. And I would like to make a motion to amend the board's agenda to add a 4-action item for tonight to require universal masking indoors in our buildings for any time period where the transmission rate, as recorded and reported by our local health department, is at a high transmission rate.
I second it.
All right, so we have a motion by Ms. Reed, supported by Dr. Krebs, and the motion is to change the existing Brighton Area Schools policy to require masks of all students and
Students, staff, and visitors. At this point, I'm asking for a motion to amend the agenda so that during the 4-action period of our meeting, we can discuss the proposed policy. I am not asking the board to vote on the policy at this point because I don't think that would be procedurally appropriate. I just want the space on our agenda for us to discuss this and then vote on it later.
So we have the motion.
Is that for the future?
action.
For action.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have a motion to amend the agenda to add a new for action item, which would be C, which I'm just going to refer to it as a mask mandate policy, and which has been seconded by Dr. Krebs. Is there any discussion with regard to the motion to amend, not the actual policy change itself?
Well,
Mr. Trombley.
there's a discussion. We can talk about what the motion is in regards.
Fair enough.
So again, why do people always ask you when a doctor makes a diagnosis, maybe you should go get a second opinion? Because I don't believe all doctors and everything the first one tells me, so you go and get a second opinion. So I don't necessarily believe everything the health department's coming out with. And I'm not so sure. You can find one opinion that says to do it. You can find another opinion that says not to do it. I'm not so sure that anyone's opinion is correct. So again, why would we go through this process to change what we've already done? But more than happy to bring it to a vote if that's what it's needed. So to get it off the table and be done with it.
You have to speak up.
Speak up. So obviously, I respect Ms. Reed a lot, and I think that her intentions are honorable. My position isn't going to change, though, on this subject, but I'd like to share that we do have a health committee. We do have these committees that exist, and I would just refer back to that's the direction it should start with, and then be brought in a board fashion in that way, to me, where information was given to me that would support the side of the case in accurate detail. And again, but at this time, I can't support the idea.
Any further discussion?
Just a vote for the motion.
Right. So, and I just want to make a statement, just so that everyone that's here this evening and who may be listening via the streaming, this motion is not to adopt any policy or to change existing policy or to do anything else with regard to a mask mandate or mask recommendation or anything else. This right now is purely a procedural vote to decide whether we are going to add this item to the agenda so that we address this issue definitively once and for all this evening. And so for that reason, I am going to support the motion to amend, because this is obviously an important issue that needs to be addressed. This is clearly one way or another. I mean, everyone, obviously, this is a very emotional topic. It's very important to everyone. And I don't think that this should just be swept under the rug procedurally. I think we should have a discussion. We should consider the motion that's been made or the proposed policy. Every one of these board members can make it eminently clear where they stand on that issue, and it will result in full transparency. So everyone will leave this room tonight, and everyone that's listening to this evening will have an absolute clear understanding as to where the board members stand and where we as a district stand on that issue. So for that reason, I am going to support, I will support the motion to amend, but that should not be construed as any indication as to where I stand on any policy itself. So without any further discussion, all those in favor of
Roll call.
Roll call vote.
All right, Ms. Ackermeyer, roll call vote, please, on the motion to amend the agenda.
Mr. Conley?
No.
Mrs. Mitchell? Yes. Mr. Trombley?
No.
Dr. Krebs?
Yes.
Mr. Stahl?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Myers?
Yes. So the motion to amend the agenda passes on a 5-2 vote. So we will add that as item C for action. All right. So is there any further discussion in the administrative reports on this or any other topic?
I think we still have the finance and curriculum administrative reports to come?
I think we're at a point where we're set with all, we can move on to the next topic.
Okay.
Yep.
So we have now reached the point of the agenda where we are at the call to the public. For those of you who may have arrived after the meeting started, I made an announcement at the beginning of the meeting that the process for the call to the public is we have cards in the back of the room. You need to fill out a card with your name and address. There's an opportunity for you to add additional information if you so choose. You don't have to. And after you've completed the card, put it in the box. I am then going to be calling the names of everyone that has submitted a card who would like to address the board during the call to the public. You will have 3 minutes to do so. Ms. Reed is going to be keeping track of the time. When you get to a point in your allotted time where you have 30 seconds left, she will raise a yellow card so that you are aware that you have 30 seconds left. And then you will need to conclude your comments after that 3-minute period ends. Again, I want to reemphasize that be respectful to the speakers. This meeting and the decorum of this meeting is important. It needs to be run in an orderly fashion. It does no one any good if you're yelling over other people, and you need to allow and respect the speaker to address the board, because that individual's passion with which they're making comments is equally as important as the passion with which you want to interrupt them. And it doesn't do anyone any good for anyone to interrupt the others. So please, I ask you to have that respect and courtesy. All right, so I do have some cards that were submitted at the beginning, and so I'm going to call names, and when you hear your name, please come to the podium. The first one is Catherine Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell?
Am I set to go? All right. My name is Catherine Mitchell. I'm a Brighton resident, mom of 3, 2 of which are at Horning Elementary, one of which has an autoimmune disorder. Last year, we did BVA. We spent an entire year at home balancing 2 full-time jobs, 2 virtual learners, and a 1-year-old. I come to you as a parent very ready for a safe return to normal. With the uncertainty and unknowns of COVID last year, we opted to do BVA. After seeing how successful the safety measures were at Horning, we excitedly planned on sending our boys back to school this fall. We are optimistic in the spring that the upcoming school year could be a little bit more normal, though our outlook on that has changed with the dramatic increase in COVID rates, along with the effect the COVID variant has on children. Parents want their children to be in the classroom, learning, and with their friends. Without proper safety precautions, parents will be faced with quarantines, learning from home, and having to find childcare. Last year's protocols worked well to keep these children in their classrooms with few quarantines. We know it works. Regardless of your politics or stance on masks, I think we can all agree that children being able to be in the classroom is a common goal. What worked well last year will work well again. Stripping away all the safety precautions will ultimately lead to a very disruptive and frustrating years for students, parents, and staff. People like to bring up the survival rate of COVID, especially when it comes to children, as an argument against masking. Occasionally they compare it to the flu. The main difference here is when it comes to school policy, that a few kids getting the flu won't result in quarantining an entire class along with their teacher. Without safety measures, there will be more cases of COVID in the schools. With more cases of COVID, more quarantines. Even if every child who gets it recovers well and is fine, parents will ultimately have to move to home learning if we do not mask up. Another aspect of these repeated quarantines is the financial impact it will have on families who need to take time off of work to take care of their children. This is much more than a political divide. Let's do everything we can to keep our children in the classroom. I've seen several correspondences from Dr. Outlaw on the board stating they are closely following the recommendations of the CDC, MDHHS, and Livingston County Health Department. However, I've reviewed these organizations and unanimously state that schools should have staff and students masked. You seem to be picking and choosing and ignoring this important piece. Your cut and paste response to parent questions is misleading. All over the country, schools have been opening. The rising cases, quarantines, and overflowing hospital news stories are impossible to miss. Children are getting sick, some are dying. Staff are getting sick, some are dying. We need to do everything in our ability to keep our children, school staff, and community safe and healthy. Children under 12 years are not yet eligible to get the vaccine. Why would we send them into a situation with absolutely no protection from a virus that has caused so much illness and death over the past year and a half? It's negligent. The safety protocols worked last year. The Delta variant is more of a threat to children versus the original virus. Sending our children with no safety protocols, knowing we could protect them, is negligent. You, as decision makers, will be held responsible, not if, but when children get safe. I hope that before you put in a vote against masking, you visit a PICU to see what BAS students could be put through without safety precautions. If you do not have a medical standpoint, if you want a second opinion, look at every single doctor group. They are all recommending it.
All right. It looks like John Weinrob. Is that correct? Weinrob?
He's gone. He left.
Okay. The next one, it looks like, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name in advance, but it looks like Katie Michalski?
No, I just submitted a comment to the board, not to speak to my.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. The next one is Caitlin Lipinski. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Ms. Michalski, did you want me to read this, your comment, or did you just submit it for the board's consideration?
Whatever I checked off, I don't know what.
So there are three options. They can leave comments for the board. So we have ones that have left comments that I'll share with the board that will go to the board. There's other people that have asked to have their name read, and I have those two here.
Right. She checked to share a written comment with the board members, but not to speak. I just was wondering if she went. Okay, great. All right. The next one is Caitlin Lipinski. Ms. Lipinski. Okay. The next one is Andrea Buck. Ms. Buck.
Hi, I wasn't really planning on speaking here tonight, but I'm someone who doesn't look for controversy or for confrontation. It would have been easier to stay at home like many of us. But then I remembered how I always tell my kids that when you really believe in something, you stand up and you speak out for what is right. Even if it's hard, even if it's uncomfortable, you stand up and you use your voice. So here I am. I'm speaking with you all here tonight, not just as a concerned parent of 3 kids, but also as a former special education teacher, a proud graduate of Brighton Schools, a community volunteer who helps local families in need, and as a mom who chose to homeschool our 3 kids last year, but was hoping to return to face-to-face learning this year. I want you to know that I appreciate you all listening. I appreciate this process, and I'm glad to be here, even if it's hard. The question that we all have to figure out is if we're going to choose to listen to the consensus across the medical community and require students to wear masks this year, particularly the children who are under 12 years old. Well, I have to ask, when we need a root canal, who do we go to? Whose advice do we rely on when your kid falls off the monkey bars and needs an x-ray? Don't we look to the medical experts then, the ones who have years of experience, education, and expertise in their field? Or do we seek medical advice from a school professional, an administrator, or a school board? Deciding if there should be a universal mask mandate is something that should be consistent with what the medical professionals are begging us to do. When it comes to the really important stuff, especially when it comes to the safety of young children, we go to the experts. When our pediatrician says, hey, make sure those kids are buckled safely in their car seats, booster seats, seatbelts, we listen. When it's advised that our kids wear a helmet when riding a bike or a skateboard, we listen. In our family's case, when our pediatric neurologist prescribes a combination of medication to help control our daughter's seizures, I listen. And when the American Academy of Pediatrics, an organization of almost 70,000 pediatricians, has called upon the schools to enforce a universal mask mandate, we should all pause first and listen. Locally, over 40 pediatricians in the Brighton area have all written and signed a letter to our superintendent and to our board members, asking for you to require masks for students, especially for those in grades K through 6. This letter is signed by all the pediatricians at U of M in Brighton, many at IHA in Brighton, and some family practice doctors, while their colleagues are preparing for a spike in COVID at the major hospitals in our area. My last question tonight is a simple one. Do you want your name to go on the record as someone who chose to go against the medical advice of over 40 local pediatricians, against the recommendations and warnings of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and countless other credible medical experts? Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Okay, Andrew Hopman? Hopman.
Hey guys, thank you. My name's Andrew Hauptman. Let me just start by saying, if you guys don't believe that masks help, if you don't believe that coronavirus is an issue, I am not going to change your mind. I'm not a doctor. I can say my feelings are what they are. But let me start with this. What options do I have? Like many families here, I can't get my kid vaccinated. He's under 12. And whether you like or leave it, I know that getting him vaccinated will reduce his chances of having any severe illness. That is a fact. And if you guys are going to argue with it, well, it's a waste of time.
Sir, the purpose of the
I understand. So to avoid wasting time, I can't move to another.
Sir, excuse me.
I hear you.
Yeah, don't address the public. This is the opportunity to address the board.
Right.
Okay?
If the public responds, I kind of have
I
to
understand.
get distracted by it and get my time back. So I can't move to another school of choice. It's too late for that. My wife and I can't afford another year of schooling, a virtual schooling. We can't afford private school. So if we get locked down again, many of us are stuck at home on PTO or worse. If you're one of the trades without PTO, you're SOL. The FMLA, great. You'll have a job to go back to. But if you're in the trades, you won't have any income for at least 2 weeks. And sure as heck, better hope it doesn't take longer if it spreads through the household. I don't envy your position here. Like the rest of us, you're caught between a health crisis and politics around civil liberties and personal autonomy. And there's a lot of politics here, and that should not be a consideration. The loudest people in the room should not be the consideration. The physicians and the experts should be the consideration. Wearing masks sucks. Like the rest of us, but until we have a vaccine, they're the best we have. They're the only thing that we have, and they are effective. We have known this since 1897. See what I'm saying? So that is a literal historic fact in the textbooks that we use here. Having to miss work because your child's classroom is on lockdown sucks. The lost schooling for the kids sucks. Having your kid in the hospital because you didn't have any options but to send them to a public school sucks worse. My point is that no matter what your politics and beliefs, you will benefit from mask mandates for the kids under 12. And I'm just asking for 4 months. Pfizer has already turned in their data, or they're going to turn in their data at the end of this month. We might have an emergency use order or authorization within 2 or 3. By the time we get it, we'll be able to have our kids back. And if people don't want to get their kids vaccinated, that's their choice. I'm not trying to, it's my belief that they should, but I'm not going to impose it on their bodies. If you just let them choose after 4 months, we're asking for only 4 months. Please modify or amend your motion to just keep it to 4 months as a compromise. Let's limit it to 4 months. Then we have a vaccine, people can choose, and everybody can come to school. Thank you.
Elizabeth Hopman.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Houtman. I'm a mom, I'm a BARC basketball coach, and I'm an advocate for children's health and safety at a federal level for my living. I'm here to advocate locally tonight for our kids. I'd like to start by saying that BAS is known for their Kind Week. It was nice to know that Brighton schools value kindness. In fact, in the spirit of kindness, a few mothers and I started a Facebook group called Mask Up, Show Us Your Kindness. This group in a week's time grew up to 260 concerned parents who rallied together to send hundreds of emails to BAS School Board, the Livingston County Health Department, and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Parents and guardians shared facts from the American Academy of Pediatrics, CDC, and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, local physicians, and pediatricians. Many parents of children with chronic illnesses and families whose children depend on masks to keep their kids safe shared the fragility of their children's health and safety with an optional policy. Many thought it really isn't an option. Our children under the age of 12 cannot get a vaccine. COVID cases are happening daily in Livingston County. Having a false sense of safety, families will not always choose the safest option to protect kids under 12. I've hoped at today's orientation, which I went to today with my son, that I'd see only a few families without masks. I was disheartened. It was more than just a few. I've read all the facts and pleas from medical professionals to mandate masks. Please listen to the medical professionals. Please mandate masks, at least for kids through K through 6th grade students. Please continue the BAS value of kindness to protect students with asthma, chronic illness, families whose parent or caregiver is recovering from cancer or other illnesses. This community I got to know, I know every person that fits in that category I just listed off personally. Please mask up BAS and show us your kindness. Thank you.
Christina Kafkakis.
My name is Christina Kafkakis. I live in Brighton Township. I have 4 children in the district, 2 attend Scranton Middle School and 2 attend Hilton. My children attended in person last year. At the July 26th board meeting, there was some talk amongst the board members and some comments made during the call to the public that COVID isn't dangerous for school-age children. Recently, we've seen a steady rise in cases among children as a result of the Delta variant. What I want to ask the board tonight is, why would the death of a child be the determining factor for an elected member of our community and representative of our schools to make a public health related decision? I'm already a bereaved parent. 15 years ago, my husband and I lost twin daughters. I implore everyone here who hasn't lived that nightmare to imagine what it feels like to have to select a casket and gravestone for your child. As you likely already know, the CDC, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Livingston County Health Department all strongly recommend mask wearing of all individuals, regardless of vaccination status in school. What is the district's plan for liability protection? Are you prepared for a student or staff member to become seriously ill or even die? Why would any school district want that kind of liability when public health experts have deemed these measures necessary? My children will be wearing masks, and quite frankly, I'm concerned. They'll be ostracized because of it. And I'm concerned because I've seen it happen, as was seen tonight, towards our very elected officials. I have experienced it firsthand in our community. I am asking you to please heed to the available science and data and follow the lead of many other districts that are choosing safety and science over politics and personal bias. Lansing, East Lansing, Hazlitt, Okemos, DeWitt, Holt, Waverly, Ann Arbor, Dexter, Chelsea, Saline, Genesee County Schools, Flint Community Schools, Kalamazoo County Schools, Ypsilanti, Whitmore Lake, Detroit, Royal Oak, Bloomfield Hills, Birmingham, Berkeley, Ferndale, Hazel Park, Troy, Southfield, Warren, Grand Rapids, Holland, Battle Creek, and more. And I didn't list the small schools because Brighton always talks about how we're a center of excellence. The benefits of in-person learning are only as good as our ability to keep schools open. I appreciate the complex and ever-changing nature of these decisions. I respectfully request masking for students and staff for grades K through 6 at the minimum. I'd like to sum things up with a quote from Dr. Seuss. You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose.
Jennifer Lumsden.
Good. All right. I wasn't going to speak tonight either, but never as a parent would I have guessed that we would be debating whether or not we want to keep our children safe in school. Last year, everybody was masked. My family chose BVA for the first semester. We saw how things went. We were pleasantly surprised with the cases and how everything was handled. And so we chose to go back for the last 2 semesters. Last May, my daughter got COVID at school. By the time she showed symptoms, my son had it, and following our quarantine period, I got it post-vaccination. We're very lucky to all have very mild symptoms, so the virus itself wasn't terrible for us. However, last week I took my boys to their well visit where our pediatrician discovered that my 10-year-old has an abnormality in his heart that has never been discovered before. So now my 10-year-old is heading to specialist cardiologists at U of M. I can guarantee that my family is not alone in experiencing potential long-term effects of COVID. We are entering the 18th month of this horrible pandemic. We're all exhausted. We're all ready to be done. But are we really willing to risk the lives, not just short-term, but the long-term health of the thousands of children that are in our care?
Kelly Uphouse.
Hello, my name's Kelly. Thank you guys for hearing me today. I had my hand raised for a really long time because I wanted to ask if any of you read the more than 35 medical citations I sent you on the negative effects of mask wearing today when I sent those to you. Also, I sent you the more than 50 doctors, both foreign and domestic, citations letting us know what the effects these vaccines have on children. First, I'd like to start with asking everyone in this room if they'd be willing to muzzle their pet for 7 hours because their next door neighbor's scared of their dog's bite. Why do I ask that question? Because that's what you're literally asking us to do to our children. Let's look at the facts. The CDC, as of August 12th, 2021, says COVID has an overall 99.74% survival rate in 17 and younger. 18 to 29, a 99.97 survival rate. 70 and plus, a 94.98% survival rate. And those are higher than the swine flu that we vaccinated for in the 70s and we quit the vaccines because 45 people died. Now let me jump to the VAERS report that is 5 times underreported. Currently, as of last month, July 30th, 2021, so these again are 5 times underreported by VAERS for the vaccine, which people are getting sick from because their bodies are making the spike protein. I learned in freaking high school that a variant is a variant is a variant. If I get a cold and I give it to you, that's a variant. And you give it to her, that's a variant. There is no Delta variant. They can't. As of July 30th of this year, we have experienced 12,366 deaths. That's more than the swine flu back in the 70s. As of today, or this last month, hospitalizations were 46,036, urgent care 68,040, office visits 92,527, anaphylaxis 4,759, Bell's palsy 4,444. Miscarriages 1,381, heart attacks 5,236. Myocarditis, pericarditis, 3,728. Permanently disabled, 14,256. I can't even pronounce some of this stuff. 2,269. Basically, what I'm saying is the CDC and the NIH are making recommendations. They're funded by corporations who shut small business down. Pfizer and Moderna, which Pfizer hid information in 2009 about killing people.
Anna Pinella?
Hi, board. My name is Anna Pinella. I live at 11603 Eagle Way. I have 4 kids in the district. I've been to every single one of these Zoom meetings, or in person if possible, since last August. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm grateful that we're able to make our voices heard in person. I would like to thank you again for voting to send the students back to school in person last year. I don't know that we'll ever completely understand the full impact of providing that opportunity, but I do believe that definitely saved some kids. That was a tough decision, but it was the right one. Most decisions that are tough, hopefully we can make the right choice. We're faced again with a tough decision. Please make the right choice by allowing parents to choose what is best for their kids regarding masks and vaccines. Brighton area schools and Livingston County as a whole was a leader for the state and the nation last year by providing an in-person option. You gave parents the choice of virtual or in person. That was a wonderful thing to do. Choice is good. Letting parents choose what is best for their family is the best thing that this board and our superintendent can do. Instead of focusing on what divides us, let's focus on what unites us. We are Americans, we are Michiganians, and we are Bulldogs. Our community is wonderful. I love spending time downtown with my family, knowing my kids belong to a place that cares for them. Take a look at the support you see on the local businesses. The Pound is amazing with its pictures of the students, life-size on the outside of their building. Almost every business I go into has a sign up or a picture of a team or a club from our high school showing its support for our kids. It seems all of the businesses get involved in uniting over their pride and support of our beloved Bulldogs. I am thoroughly looking forward to a year where we can return to normal and support our students again. There seems to be nothing better than a hometown football game with the amazing field that our taxpayers supported, fully packed with a community that is cheering for the home team. Whether it's sports or music, debate or robotics, we can all get behind the fact that we will be cheering for the Bulldogs. The reason we are here tonight is because we care. We all do, all of us. We clearly have strong opinions for what is right in this moment. Many people make great points on both sides. Let's come together and realize that the only way to continue to move forward is to allow for parental choice. If we do not choose choice now, when will we? This was intended for 2 weeks to slow the spread. We are going on 18 months now with no end in sight. Let's choose to come together around what we have in common, a love for our children, who all happen to wear the same Bulldog jersey. Let's show our children that we can do this respectfully and with grace. I will make a decision that is right for my children. You make a decision that's best for your children. Parental choice is really the only way we move forward. All of us here, no matter which side of the issue we are on, are smart enough to send our kids to Brighton area schools because it's one of the best in the state. If we're smart enough to make that decision, please reciprocate the respect and recognize that parents are smart enough to choose what is best for their kids. Go Bulldogs.
Gates? Gates?
Hello. I never speak no microphone, so this is new for me, and I usually don't go to school board meetings either. But I felt that this was important enough. I guess I keep hearing the word community, but what really kind of bums me out is I know that whenever my kids were in a class with somebody with, say, a peanut allergy, the entire class would band together and not bring a peanut butter sandwich in that classroom out of respect for that child, because there was a chance that that child could die or become seriously ill from that peanut. So yeah, it was a little bit of a pain. We had some actually stranger allergies that were a little harder to work around, but you know, every time I went to the grocery store, I thought, okay, let's just make a small sacrifice that we can all do together, and then this child has a chance at a normal year. I have a child that's too young to be vaccinated, or I definitely would have vaccinated her already. And I just can't even fathom sending her into a community like a school where maybe there's 10% masks. I know so many people who've gotten COVID. And the thing we really don't know too is the long haul effects. This is so unstudied and so brand new that we could all find out in 10 years after we got COVID that, oh, we have all these side effects for the rest of our lives potentially. And that just seems like too big of a risk to take right now with my family's health and with this community's health. So if everybody would just work together and do the simple mitigation measures that we know work, if we follow the CDC, the MD, HHS, every doctor friend that I have, they all say the same thing. Basically, work together, let's protect one another, and you know, hopefully we'll come out of this okay before another super, super scary variant emerges that's even worse than the ones we've already got. Everyone wants normalcy right now, but the unfortunate fact is it's not business as usual right now. And if we just try to sweep it under the rug, I fear that we're just going to be another case that's in the news like Georgia, like Houston, with, you know, ICUs full of pediatric cases, and it's going to be a tragic situation that could have been easily at least mitigated, if not avoided completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Dix.
A recent published report, which was just this July, by the American Medical Association revealed forcing children to wear masks lead to adverse health effects. They found wearing masks increases the amount of carbon dioxide in inhaled air to unhealthy levels. The study measured carbon dioxide levels in 45 children ages 6 to 17 while wearing masks. The normal content of carbon dioxide in the air is 400 parts per million, with anything above 2,000 parts per million considered unacceptable. The report measured averages of 13,120 to 13,910 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the inhaled air of children wearing masks, which is over 6 times higher than the unsafe threshold. The study further pointed out this measurement was only after 3 minutes of wearing a mask. So children are forced to wear masks at school, find themselves wearing masks for hours, 5 days a week, and now on the buses. The report concluded, we suggest that decision makers weigh the hard evidence produced by these experimental measurements accordingly, which suggests that children should not be forced to wear face masks. Thank you.
Thank you. So we all care about safety. And how do we get it? Well, first of all, we ask ourselves, do masks work? I've sent you guys numerous studies on this. 47 studies concur from respected sources like the CDC and the NIH. The masks are not effective to prevent COVID. The COVID molecule is 0.14 microns. Even the best surgical masks don't screen out anything smaller than 0.3. It's like a chain link fence. Does anybody really think this is going to protect you from the COVID? I sent you additional studies that confirm the negative health impact, including what Marcia spoke about, the elevated blood levels, cognitive neuro impairment and potential long-term damage, impaired oxygen intake, psychological harm, other infections due to dirty masks on your face, fear, anxiety, inability to read facial expressions, exacerbates learning deficits, and untold damage, especially to younger students or those with speech, hearing, or autism challenges. Epidemiologist Dr. Paul Alexander collected a number of studies. Children do not readily acquire COVID, spread it, or endanger others, he writes. This is settled science. There is emerging research indicating that children lack the ACE receptors in their nostrils to contract COVID. Another point. To date, the CDC reports a total of 335 deaths of students under age 17 in the entire United States since the start of COVID, most of which had underlying conditions. If you want to wear a mask or have your child vaccinated, that is your right. Michigan law guarantees parents' rights to guide their children's education. They are asking you, this board, to respect that right. There is just no compelling reason to force masks or vaccine mandates on children. If there is any board in Livingston County that's up to the task of finding the right path or compromise to resolve this issue, I know that it's you guys. I have offered a number of compromises in my emails to you and suggestions, even to the point of saying, if you're concerned about liability, perhaps parents would consider signing a waiver as they've done in Kent County. And that could be a resolution. But the fact of the matter is we just have no evidence to support this. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Beth Wallace. Okay. Dr. Carly Nowicki.
Thank you for your attention. I know this is turning into a long night, so. I am a new BAS parent. My son will be starting in junior kindergarten this fall. I also have a 2-year-old daughter. And we actually live in Howell, but we chose Brighton because I recognize them as the leaders. I recognize them as the best in the area. And I love this area. I love it a lot. And I've got lots of friends that go to these school district, and they loved it here. So we chose it for our children. And I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I wanted my voice to join the rest. And I'm not going to talk science. I'm not going to talk politics here as much as I'd like to. As a professor of biology at the University of Michigan, where I teach intro biology courses to over 800 students a semester, I know as well as you guys that this pandemic is very real, okay? It's very real, and that the peer-reviewed science supports vaccines, masks, and social distancing, as we saw with the low numbers and how well Brighton did last year. I watched very closely, and a variant is not a variant, is a variant. So I just want to say that instead, I want to share a story of my family's year of disruptions, because that's really what it comes down to, right? I want to share a story of when this pandemic started in March 2020, when I was trying to shift 800 students all online for an intro biology lab course. I had to pull my kids from daycare. I pulled my son from daycare after his first year being there, and at the time my daughter was only 1 year old. And it was hard, and as many of these parents will all agree, it was hard. It was really hard. But then we continue to have disruptions. When my dad and my children's papa, the rock of our family, died, we couldn't be with him in the hospital. I couldn't be there when he went on hospice. And I couldn't give him a real funeral. This is real, and it's not a joke, and it's not something to mess with. So I watched my dad die. I watched my son watch his papa die. And he's scared of this happening. He talks about all the time how papa died of viruses. He's scared to go to school. I can't even convince him of it. And then 4 months later, their dad, my husband, who was just here, who's immunocompromised, was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. And after surgeries and treatments and more disruption, we're just trying to get back to some normal. And so I just so desperately need my kids to have normal, desperately need them to have normal. And so I'm just begging you today, please do the right thing. Make the right choice so that our kids can have normal and not have a bunch of disruptions. We're all in this together. Thank you.
Jennifer Marks.
Jennifer Marks, 8365 Hilton Road. I am the parent of 2 students in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The comments I had originally prepared are now very different than what I'm going to say. I do appreciate all the passion, and I appreciate that the board is trying to do what they believe is best for our district. Summer of 2020, in a marathon school board meeting, we listened to a small but very adamant group of people that insisted returning to school in person would result in mass casualty. According to those individuals, we would need extra yearbook pages to memorialize the people that contracted SARS-CoV-2 in school. Thankfully, we were able to attend in person, and we finished the year. Although we had many quarantines and bumps along the way, our kids were able to attend in person if they so choose. They were also able to attend BVA if that was the route they wanted. A year later, I feel like we're at this again. But this summer, it's about masks. I just think we need to stick with the return to learn plan that we had come to conclusion with the health department and move forward. For 18 months, we've experienced all types of recommendations and directives: masks, no masks, 2 masks, goggles, plexiglass, Lysol your groceries, don't touch gas pumps, 6 feet of distance, 3 feet of distance. Maybe distance doesn't matter. Wear a mask outside. No, outside is safe. It just goes on and on. I do believe that COVID is real. Effective mitigation and intervention strategies are calculated according to risks and benefits. The argument I frequently hear is, what's the big deal about wearing masks? Well, last year, required masking of our youth had enormous negative impact. These included chronic headaches, restricted speech, sore throats, lightheadedness, difficulty concentrating, subdued conversation, and limited social interaction. In our experience last year, masking all but removed robust discussion in the classroom, which does have direct impact on education. Masks also significantly hamper the ability to read social cues, which is imperative at all ages and can result in robotic, unhappy, unmotivated kids. Last year, virtual Wednesdays became an essential break from masking. While this was a necessary break for many students and staff, it was unsustainable in the long term as it came at the expense of curriculum. However, it does prove the point that for many, masking all day detrimentally affects them physically and psychologically. For many students, this is a far greater negative than wearing a mask for a negligible benefit. Frankly, I'm exhausted, as I think many parents and the board is, that we're again having this discussion. I was hoping we'd be able to discuss curriculum, district improvements, and moving forward. For the sake of our youth and community, I would just like to state that I am in firm support of the previously stated Return to Learn plan. Masks should be optional. Thank you.
Brandon Mickus. Make sure I'm saying it correctly.
Hi, board. It's nice to meet you. I'm going to be very informal. First, I want to thank you for having us here and for what you do. Without you guys, none of this is possible. I would like to personally thank Bill Trumbley and Ken Stahl for your voice, I hate to call it our side because we're talking about division here, right? We want unity. We're talking about unity. I'm all for personal protection. Do what you want, right? Take whatever precautions are necessary to protect your family. That's also why I'm here. I'll be straightforward. I don't want my kid to mask, period. End. We know it's detrimental to their health and in regards to emotional and development. When I was told to come, I was like, I'll just sit in the stands, right? It's there's no motion to mandate masks, right? Well, if there's anything that I've learned, nothing is a threat until it is. And it took, where is it? It took 1 hour and 12 minutes for it to be a motion to move forward. I'm not anti-mask. I'm pro-choice. I'm more specifically pro-parental choice. I don't believe that anyone should have the right to mask my child. I think that should be all of our choices here. There's a lot of options. We know the science, we know the data. And like I said, I'm going to keep it super short. I just wanted to look everyone in the face and see who it was that thought they should have the right to mask my child. So.
Elizabeth Johnson.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Johnson. I live at 4625 Spring Mountain Drive in Brighton, and I have 3 kids in the district. And I was here 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to kind of just reiterate what I said then. I appreciate the Return to Learn plan and the choice that you have given parents. Brighton, I am an alumni. I graduated from here, have lived here all my life, and have chose to raise my children here because I love the community. Thank you, Ken, for saying about, bringing the community back together. And the only thing that is going to do that is giving this district choice. We have got, I have had conversations with principals. I have had conversations with Dr. Outlaw, and I appreciate that it's a recommendation. I also get recommended that I should wear sunscreen. My children should wear sunscreen. My children should wear seatbelts. Well, I don't wear sunscreen. My husband doesn't enjoy that I don't wear sunscreen, but sunscreen is not something that I wear, and that is my choice. My children wear their seatbelts. We wear their seatbelts. It's about choice. Everybody has a choice, and we should be entitled to do that. I just want to share a quick story. So at the end of last year, I decided to keep my kids in school last year in person, and my son has asthma. And I was very concerned about masks. And that is very opposite of what a lot of people think, because he should be masked because he has asthma. But his specialist did not believe he should be masked, but was unwilling to give me a waiver. And his pediatrician was unwilling to give me a waiver. So I put my little guy, who's in first grade, in a mask, and we made it until the last 3 weeks of school. And then what happened? Allergy season. His asthma got so bad, he missed 20 days of school because I refused to put him in a mask when he could not breathe. I gave a call to Dr. Outlaw and I was in tears because at that point, BVA was no longer an option and I needed to send my little guy to school. So because we are in this amazing district, we found a solution and we worked it out. I was given a choice and we deserve to be given a choice. So I implore you to stay in your lane and let parents do their jobs.
Hello and good evening. My name is Dr. Raymond Smith. I'm a physician who's board certified in family medicine. I live and work in Brighton. I'm here tonight as an individual and not as a representative of my employer. My spouse, who is also a physician, Dr. Rebecca Smith, and I have 3 children who attend Brighton area schools. I'd like to read a letter which was drafted by my wife and I in the middle of last week. This was circulated over the span of 2 business days to physicians and advanced practice providers either living or practicing in the Brighton area. In addition to the signatures of my wife and I, the letter was also signed by an additional 35 physicians, 4 advanced practice providers, and 2 RN, BSN healthcare professionals who also chose to sign the letter. Given the speed and limitations of this letter, I acknowledge it may not have reached all the providers who could have considered signing it. The letter is dated August 17th, 2021. Dear Dr. Outlaw and Brighton Area School Board, we have joined together as health professionals who live in, work in, and or provide healthcare for residents of Brighton to appeal to Brighton Area Schools District to enact policy consistent with the recommendations of the Livingston County Health Department, the CDC, MDHHS, American Academy of Pediatrics, Michigan chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Michigan Academy of Family Physicians, all of whom recommend universal masking in schools along with other layered protection strategies to reduce the risk of transmission of COVID-19 virus in schools. We know that masks combined with the layered protection strategies detailed by the CDC will help keep kids more safely in schools during the pandemic. It is imperative to fully follow the CDC, MDHHS, and Livingston County Health Department recommendations now as the Delta variant of the COVID-19 is causing a surge of COVID-19 cases across our county, the country, and in Michigan. The Delta variant is more than twice as contagious compared to the previous strain circulating last year. Children younger than 12 are a particularly vulnerable population as they do not have access to the COVID-19 vaccine yet. Livingston County is currently classified as a, quote, high level of community transmission of COVID-19, which is the highest ranking there is. We as health professionals care deeply about the health of Brighton area schools children and the staff and the Brighton community as a whole. Please help us to care for this community by enacting universal masking along with the additional layered protection strategies outlined by all the above organizations to support the health of Brighton area schools children this fall. Sincerely, Brighton area physicians and advanced practice providers outlined below. Again, we list our references, and we listed all of our names. So I've already respectfully submitted this letter electronically. However, I wanted to read it tonight at this meeting to emphasize our points and share with the community my concerns. As noted on the board behind Chair President Myers, I hope you keep your promise of staying up to date so that your decision is based on the most recent information. Thank you.
Aaron Carreras.
Hi, I'm Erin Carreras. I live at 692 Glenwood Road in Brighton. And unlike everybody else who came up here and said they didn't intend to talk and had something to read, I really didn't intend to talk and I have nothing to read. So I just wanted to say a couple of things. I wanted to say thank you to the board and also to Dr. Outlaw for the return to school plan. My kids, I have two. I have a son who's entering Scranton this year and a daughter who is entering Maltby this year. We just went to registration today. And they're super excited to go to school, and they went to school last year, the full year. We also, I should knock on something wood, we did not quarantine ever as a family or individually. Although our family has been touched by COVID, for people who say like, oh, you don't know anyone who had it, yes, I do. My father-in-law had COVID. He's now recovered from COVID. My brother had COVID. I haven't seen my parents in a year now because my mom is immunocompromised and they live across the country. So I'm well aware that COVID is a real virus and that people do actually get sick. I myself am vaccinated. I'm fully aware of how RNA works. I know the first RNA medication FDA approved in the United States was approved actually 3 years ago this month. People are infused or injected with RNA all the time. My son, who's entering Scranton himself, is vaccinated, and he asked to be vaccinated so he could take off his mask. So I'm asking you to allow me and other parents to have a choice. I would like to use science myself and decide what my children are going to do. I believe I'm an intelligent enough human being. I have multiple degrees, as do many other people in this room. I work in the scientific industry for a living. I follow the information that's on the CDC website. I've read all the NIH studies about masks because I also have insomnia, so frequently late at night I read the NIH website. There's a lot of data there about whether or not a cloth mask works, about the micron size, all of it. And what I choose to do for my children is my business. Unless there is a mandate from either the state or from the county saying the children have to be masked, then someone else is making that choice for me. So unless someone wants to take on the full medical and legal responsibility for the health of my children, that's my job. And so unless there's a mandate from some type of medical board or county or state, that's my job as a parent. I will use my research along with, most importantly, their pediatrician who knows my children the most well and decide what my children are going to do. And it's also no one else's business. So all of you in this room have no idea what I'm going to do for my children, nor is it your business. So if you see them at school, then you'll know what we did for that day. But other than that, it's our choice as parents. And you also don't know whether or not I choose to do for myself. If you see me at work, you'll make that decision then. But I want to say thank you so much for taking all of this time, because I know all of you would probably rather be doing something else tonight too. I was supposed to be redoing my son's bedroom, but here I am instead. So thank you so much, and I appreciate all of your time.
Tierney?
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight to speak. I don't have anything prepared. I did not want to come up here to speak, but one of the things that I wanted to talk about was the mental health and well-being of children. My daughter was at school all last year, and she had a very difficult time at school. And she was a child who loved school immensely, couldn't wait to go to school. And she is begging me to keep her home this year because of her experiences at school last year. And I am asking for choice because I want to bring joy back to her life, find her some sort of normal. I also believe the virus is very real. I've had people affected by it in my family. I've also had people affected by the vaccine in my family. So I understand the importance of choice. And I think when you have a child saying to you, Mom, nobody in this school cares about me because she's looking at blank eyes all day long, it's very difficult to hear as a mother. You want her to feel loved and respected wherever she goes. And I'm not saying that I believe she was, or else the teachers would not be there. But that is how she felt when everybody's faces were covered and she couldn't see anything. So, it also has come to my attention that this year, 6th graders have a suicide prevention hotline number on the back of their ID card that was issued by the state. And I think that is a huge telltale sign what these kids are going through. If that's something that was mandated on the back of these cards, we should really be looking into that. And parents should be doing what is right for their child. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Smith?
I am also in the category of not reading what I prepared. Dr. Outlaw, I don't honestly know how you do it. I really don't. I commend you for trying to please a impleasurable crowd. It has got to be a thankless job. I want to applaud Ken for the words earlier. I feel they were heartfelt. My experience with you and my family has always been very great, and I actually could not feel any deeper what you said about the community. It saddens me and sickens me. Every day, there's another group out here that we have to battle. It feels like a battle. And it's insane that now kids know about it. The high schoolers know about it. It's sad, pathetic, really embarrassing for our community. So what I came to share tonight was this. I've been taking up my late nights of sleeplessness and trying to decide what to do with my 2 children who've been homeschooled because they will not wear a mask. And late at night, I've been watching different school board meetings from around the country, and specifically recently in Michigan. So I wanted to share with you something that I really caught my eye, and that was Chippewa Valley Schools, 1,400 students in a summer. It was a whole summer program. So they attended 5 days a week. I don't really know what the hours were, but they were unmasked and they had 0 COVID cases, 1,400 students all summer. 700 Grand Blanc Schools summer program students had 0 cases unmasked all summer. There's probably about 7 more schools that I could list, but I won't because the facts are boring to everyone. I'm very dismayed that you took up this order tonight to revote your amendment. I think it's kind of sad. And I also think that what he said earlier is what you should stick with. If the government isn't mandating it, what gives you this authority? It has to come to, you are all Americans, and I trust and hope to God you will do the right thing by our Constitution. My final statement here is a quote by James Madison. He said, "We are right to take alarm at the first experiment of our liberties." Remember that to just 2 weeks. That's all I got to say.
Frisky or Frisk? Frisky?
Good evening. Hi, everybody. I just want to say that I think it's the most important thing for us to keep our kids in person, and I don't know if this is going to align with what the Livingston County Health Department is going to give out or publish this week, but from what I saw from their website, the protocol for quarantine was different for universally masked environments versus unmasked environments. So I would just like you to take that into consideration, because we know that the quarantine, now 6 feet of close contact, is what disrupts our families the most, is keeping these kids at home and parents having to take off work, and the impact that it has on your child's learning, and them sitting in front of a screen all day trying to learn in a different capacity than what they had been used to. And so I would like you to consider that and just look closely at the protocol that is for universally masked environments versus unmasked environments. So I also want to say that a universal mask requirement indoors is going to be the most critical and compassionate policy that you will make this year. It was a norm that we set in place last year. Okay, and so eliminating it and then needing to reinstate it, it'll be more difficult. It'll ease the minds of our anxious students and, you know, maybe annoy some of the kids that prefer not to wear a mask. Hey, my kid doesn't like to wear pants, but he's got to. We were surveyed last year regarding COVID mitigation strategies, and I think that we as parents should be able to weigh on this as an entire district, not just the parents that you see here tonight, because we are loud because we're passionate. There are other parents that have a voice, just didn't have time to show up today. So I also want to say that we've adopted a district-wide STEAM-centered educational philosophy, and I think that a lack of a mask mandate seems contradictory to such a philosophy. To strongly encourage rather than mandate would require us to ignore the overwhelming body of science, which has published studies regarding universal mask usage. It would tout the most accessible and effective technology we have, which is the mask, and it would ignore the engineered solutions that have come from the science and the math regarding the vaccination rates in our community, which are low for our 12 to 15 population and non-existent because our K through 6 population is ineligible. So with that in mind, for the sake of consistency, our district's commitment to universal mask usage while indoors only is in keeping with our STEAM-centered educational model. And as we encourage our students to pursue the sciences, technologies, engineering, arts, and math fields, we will also assure them that we will listen to their future findings, and we plan to respect the professionals that they one day become. Thank you.
Tanya Quinn?
Hi, my name is Tanya Quinn, and I'm a resident of the city of Brighton. Board members and Dr. Outlaw, I am here today as a concerned parent of 2 Hawkins Elementary School students. I'm confused as to why the Livingston County Health Department and Brighton area schools have not listened to all of the guidelines from the CDC or looked to see what other successful education systems have for guidelines when returning to school this fall. For example, the CDC, and I think most everyone else agrees that in-person learning is highly beneficial for children. The CDC, Michigan State University, and the University of Michigan guidance all include wearing masks indoors, as well as having layered prevention strategies in place. According to the Return to Learn announcement and what I've learned tonight, only some of the prevention strategies are in place. However, masks and testing are still not required. And there's no concrete plan for quarantining. You can see what will happen if you look down the road at Howell and Heartland. After less than 1 week of school, Heartland already has 20 confirmed COVID cases. Some schools across the country that started a few weeks ago are already shut down due to the number of COVID-19 cases. Is this what our community really wants, a return to virtual learning after just a few weeks into the school year? Please consider the CDC guidance for COVID-19 prevention in K-12 schools. look at what other reputable education systems are doing. Basically require the use of masks indoors and encourage everyone in our schools to get the COVID-19 vaccine that the FDA just approved today. And I just wanted to add one more thing. I hear all of you when it comes to health issues or losing someone in your family, and God forbid a child. My husband has cancer for the second time. I'm worried my kids are going to get it and bring it home, and then give it to my immunocompromised husband. I don't want COVID to kill my husband before he has a chance to fight cancer again. Thank you.
Good evening. I had planned to say certain things and that's changed. Sorry. I'm here because I'm passionate about my children. Everyone in this room is. We all have very different reasons for wanting a mask and not wanting a mask. It's a personal reason. The only sensible solution to this is allowing the parents to choose what is best for them. I have a child who has auditory processing disorder. He relies on lips. Can you see lips through a mask? No. He needs to be able to hear. So you're going to punish him for his disability? I have another child who has asthma. His asthma is so severe that when he puts on a mask, he has an asthma attack. Michigan Medicine has forbidden their pediatricians from signing any waivers. They have weaponized their pulmonology department. And I was told that the science is settled. That's not science, that's political science. It's disgusting. We are all human. Where's the compassion for these kids? Where is it? Because I'm not seeing it. Thank you.
All right. We still have a considerable number of cards and obviously for people to speak. What we're going to do is take about a 5-minute break to give everyone a chance to maybe step outside. I have 25 here, which that's another 75 minutes, and I don't know how many may still be in the card. So just to give everyone an idea that we have some time to go here, but I just want to give everyone a break. So, but we'll return in 5 minutes.
Dude, you fucking rock. You talk a lot about you guys.
Shut the door. Yeah, there.
Yeah, we don't. It automatically kicks in. Right, whatever. You spend.
See you probably.
Well, I'm just saying, I'll get you out of here early.
Oh no. These kids in school, are they on their phone? No. Just, I see some guys that work that are called addicted. It's just terrible. Yeah, I mean, I was just watching you there all night. You've been on it thinking, I'm thinking, big boy, buddy. You're just out of stuff. Maybe you're a bad place. I don't condition myself to eat 45. I don't condition myself to eat 20. Over in County. From this area. Well, no, but it's good seeing the daughter the other day.
I'll go back to the box
It's controlled by she, like, how she carries herself. I got No, it's not gonna happen. California. Yeah, God, don't say that. Hey, as long as she stays, I guess.
Did you go to Brighton High School?
Tiny town in but I love it.
It's a good community. Hello. Oh, absolutely. That's why I moved here. Did you?
Yes, from Brighton on Hartman.
Yep. How are you?
The chocolate's mad because I told her I want to be Johnny.
Thank you.
Also, I'd say everybody should have their own costume of their own kid. That's how I feel. It's funny. 30-year-old is called graduated from Harvard.
Oh, you did?
My husband goes 5 generations down. My dad, my husband's dad were best friends with Jack. In the Conleys. You know, all I'm here for is people's rights. I don't want them to be stripped away from us. They want to wear a mask. And when they say they get teased, bullshit. We get called murderers. Oh, sorry. But that's what I don't understand. I didn't hurt anybody. This whole last 2 years, I've been called a murderer. You know, how do you think that feels? I wouldn't tease anybody, but I just start praying. Well, I have to say,
Get it. You know, it also keeps mosquitoes. I got one of these. I made them all for you. I made them all on your phone. You know, but like the phone goes both ways. I think her name was. She, I think it's I want to say Jeff. No, Jamie. And she's from Clarenceville. I've talked for 32 years. And I texted her, I was answering happening. How is it impossible? It's 2 elementaries, it's middle school and high school. So I'm curious.
Hi, Bill.
All right. So we will resume. And at this time, I would ask that Nora Hargenrader.
Good job. Yeah, not an easy name to say. You should hear my first name. So hello, my name's Nora Hargenrader. So I'd first, kind of a side note, I'd like to remind the board and everyone else here that drunk driving is a personal choice that kills.
Not fastening your child with a seatbelt or into an age-appropriate car seat is a personal choice that kills. That's why these personal choices are illegal and people go to jail and prison for doing them. So now I'd like to talk about masks. My hope is that it is this board's #1 priority this year to keep children safe. I understand that not everyone believes that COVID is as dangerous as it sounds. I understand wanting the freedom to personally decide what is best and safest for ourselves and for our families. But I appeal to this board, whether you are for a mask mandate or against it, to acknowledge that the best science that we have on COVID right now supports the need for unvaccinated people to wear masks when they are around each other. Right now, children are the largest group of unvaccinated people. And look, I think that we can all agree masks are not fun, right? No one likes sweating this much. I mean, come on, it's not fun to not be able to see each other's faces. It's not fun to struggle to hear each other because the sound is muffled. It sucks. But I ask you this, what else can unvaccinated children do to keep each other safe? Are you willing to risk their health this year? Or do you care about their safety? Because the kids in this community deserve for you to care about their health and safety. Thank you.
Andy Storm.
You said Andrew P. Storm. Andy Storm, 2729 Toby Drive. First of all, I'd really like to thank the thin blue line that's out in the doorway there. My uncle Kirby was a police officer in downtown Detroit and took a 45 right off the side of his temple. So I appreciate what you all do to keep our community safe. Tonight there's been a lot of dialogue, and I had to run out and grab my kids from football practice. Hey, Tyler, and Julie was at volleyball. We have 6 kids in the Brighton School District. 2 graduated from Brighton Public Schools. I had an uncle. There's been a lot of emotional discussion tonight about death and tragedy and seeing loved ones who are in nursing homes or dying in hospitals. Death is a part of our life. It's a part of our life. When the state shut us down, I sat my children down in the living room and I said, in the Storm household, we believe in freedom. My great uncle was a prisoner of war in World War II. He watched his friends eat sawdust out of a bin that the Nazis put in the face of the prisoners, watched heads get blown off on firing squads in a Nazi German prison camp in Nazi Germany. We believe in freedom in the Storm house. And anyone that wants to wear a mask,
He was supposed to be addressing all, not us.
anyone that wants to wear a mask, are you offended by me turning this way? I can turn this way. Sure. So anyone that wants to wear a mask ought to feel empowered to wear a mask. Yesterday, the University of Waterloo published a study. The woman who held up the little blue mask, medical masks, 10% effective at stopping droplets, COVID-19 droplets, from getting away from a person's face. Not infection, just getting away from someone's face. N95 masks, 50% effective. This is in the public domain. Google it, University of Waterloo. Study was published yesterday. Anyone that thinks masks are effective do not believe in science and do not believe in data, and that is why they're not sharing data with the public who they pretend to be protecting, because there's no data that justifies it. We talk about rising cases. Rising cases don't mean anything. How many people have COVID that haven't been tested? My own daughter, she went to get her wisdom teeth pulled out. Had to get a test, came back positive. She's living in our house. We've got my 99-year-old grandmother living in our house. We didn't quarantine grandma. We never locked her down. We give her a hug every night. We feed her every night. We give her a kiss and a hug. My wife got COVID. I sleep in the same bed with my wife. It's about freedom. This country is based on freedom and liberty. And I firmly believe we all ought to have a choice whether to wear a mask or not wear a mask. And I'll close with my son, Thomas. Where are you, Thomas? Thomas was quarantined 6 times last year. 6 times. We got a call. He's exposed on a school bus. 5 days prior, he was exposed to COVID on a school. Going to school for 5 days, and now he's going to get quarantined? Absolute craziness. So in the Storm House, we're going to continue to live free. Our children are happy. Our children are happy, and we're going to continue to be happy.
Lindley Champion.
Not a fan of public speaking. My name is Lindley Champion, and I live in Brighton. I've had 3 kids go through the district. My youngest is a senior this year. I'm a wife, I'm mother, and an engineer who spends a lot of time listening to experts on both sides of this issue, not watching the news media with their selected talking points to fit their narrative. I'm grieved by the division that we have in this community right now, terribly. It is not political. The reason why we are divided is absolutely because the science and the medical community is divided. And a lot of these people that laugh at the science that we bring up as if we don't have the right science, that's absolutely not true. Some of the most accomplished doctors in the world are being censored. They are being censored. Thank you. They are being censored in the news media. They're being censored off of Facebook, Twitter, the Google algorithm. I'm a very technical person computer-wise. The Google algorithm filters them out. You can't even get the actual truth. And that's the reason why we're so divided, because the science is very divided and some very good doctors. So people have talked about the masks being harmful. The AMA coming out and talking, the American Academy of Pediatrics coming out and talking about the anxiety, depression, and the suicide with the masks. People have talked about the size of the aerosol particles. I want to bring up one other point. It's absolutely ridiculous to think about people wearing masks, and they've tested the masks. They're accumulating viruses and bacteria all day long. The kids are touching the masks all day long. The virus is going here and there everywhere. And you're going to tell me that this mask being on your face, and somehow the virus is going to stay in there and it's not going to get on all the surfaces and everything and go from person to person? What's the end game here? You know, we talk about what do we know now? The aerosol particle thing, Dr. Fauci is even on video explaining the case that I just made about the aerosol size. The WHO has a video showing proper use of the type of masks. Kids don't follow any of that because they're touching it all the time. The NIH director just last week admitted that mask mandates are not based on COVID-19 data. COVID-19 has a better survival rate, especially in children. They are not at risk. They have a greater chance of dying from the flu or getting struck by lightning than they do of COVID. And I realize there are a lot of painful situations in life and people have to make their own choices.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Oh, okay. The PCR test can't differentiate between the COVID and the flu test, the cycle threshold. There's tons of data all over the place. And we're talking, again, I want to reiterate the fact. Okay, that's fine. We should all have our own choice.
Debbie Scott.
Man, I did not want to get up here today. I'm a retired preschool teacher, so I'm used to dealing with 3 and 4-year-olds. And so it's a little intimidating. I hate speaking in public. But anyway, I did not plan to come up here. I did send the board a lot of peer-reviewed clinical trials, papers written by physicians, not just opinion papers. And so I hope that, in your busy day, you'll take time to read that. That was just one in this site in particular. And those that might want to see a peer-reviewed physician thing, primarydoctor.org is a very good source. Not only the paper that I sent, one paper that I sent you, there's a plethora. In fact, it cites 42 different citations in just one of the papers that also references like 200 clinical trials and studies. I made it sound in my letter like it was only 42, but it was 42 referring to 200 other more recent studies. I feel some of the, and in particular, the CDC, our very own CDC, and the NIH are in these most recent trials and studies and recommendations. I feel maybe some of the confusion is, early on the CDC came out with guidelines, and then as we learn more, we kind of have to change, and maybe some people, even well-meaning physicians, might be stuck on the old news or the old science. But this is definitely scientific, not false science or opinions. Just like the gal said before, if you've ever watched your kids, and I've watched adults, maybe not so much more as adults have gotten used to it, but germs and viruses are a part of life. And when you're wearing a mask, the kids and adults are adjusting it, so they're touching it. And what is a first rule of health is, you don't want to touch anywhere near your eyes, your nose, or your mouth. And wearing a mask, that's exactly what we all are doing. So if we really want to protect against germs and viruses, we need to teach them to not, for sure, touch their face, including their mask. I think time would be better spent instructing them to wash your hands, because that helps with all viruses. I mean, that is a part of life. Dying is a part of life. And studies do show that children, if they get COVID, some of them actually will, but they are not dying from COVID. Some may be, of course, but the ones that have comorbidities by and large. It's not, there are a few isolated cases, I'm sure, but by and large, this is not the population. It's it's me. It's okay. I wanted to read this little section. I don't have a right, and I think you have every right to wear your mask, just as I have every right not to wear my mask. I just have a paragraph. Can I please read this paragraph? I don't have a right to raise blood pressure by an average of 12 points systolic. I have no right to force anyone to incubate an average of 100,000 bacterial colonies in their airways or on their skin, which were cultured from the used masks of European train commuters. And there are lots of other ones. Look up the site. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
It's Jim DeVries.
My name is Jim Deslaries. I have 2 kids in the Brighton school system, and so thank you for letting me speak tonight. Just have some prepared comments from my perspective, and those are, when considering data and facts, there is no argument. A paper mask, a cloth mask, or any type of mask that is not an N95 mask does not offer the capability to reliably capture virus particles, including COVID-19 virus particles, even when worn properly. Since N95 masks need to be fitted in professional settings, and since they severely limit the oxygen a student would have access to throughout a school day, we know that they are not options for children in school either. We do know that our children have been subjected to unprecedented restrictions to normal education and opportunities at socialization with their peers in their most formative years. What is also not in question is the mental trauma that children have had to endure throughout this whole mess. We have had both of our kids in BVA last year, but we learned from numerous other students, friends of our children, that last year, very few, if any, children in school actually wore the masks properly anyway. Some secretly cut away the inside layer of the mask so they could breathe easier. Since we know that non-N95 masks don't offer real protection, even when worn properly, and since we know that there is no way to definitively enforce or monitor the proper wearing of masks on children, and knowing the facts that very few kids wore masks properly in school last year anyway, I don't understand why we're considering issuing a mask mandate this year. Mandating them seems tantamount to mandating our kids to bring rocks instead of pencils and pizza instead of paper. It doesn't work. It's not reality. Let those who want to wear masks, but don't mandate masks on those who understand they don't offer any real protection and wish to avoid further mental trauma on their children. Those are my comments. Thank you.
In the interest of compromise, I will remove my mask so everybody can hear me. The school board is in an extremely difficult position, as is the superintendent. And I think that everybody on both sides and in the middle, because there is a bell curve, and what you see here is the edges. And what you don't see is the middle, which is the majority of families in this district. The paradox here is that while we've found that public education and public schools have never been more important, and we found what not having what we took for granted is so difficult for our children, whether it's going to school without a mask or having to school from home. But at the same time, we as a community, at least the edges, are undermining our public school system and undermining our school board and undermining our teachers and our superintendent and our children's the whole bulldog thing. We're undermining it. And while I'm not pleased with Ken's opinion that he expressed earlier, I am very much in agreement with him that this fighting we have to find compromise. We can't let people with agendas undermine our schools. We've been through this before. It's not about masks. So that being said, I just want to say that all these issues of masking and testing and mitigation that we have to get through, and all these stories that you've heard, I just want you to imagine for a moment what you've seen in this room is that it's very hard for people to do the right thing or even the different thing when there's a lot of peer pressure. We have adults here peer pressuring and harassing an attorney and trustee, or I'm sorry, vice chair or whatever of the board. We have adults doing this, and you think kids aren't going to do this? And we keep pushing it downhill. We're not going to handle it at the federal level. We'll handle it at the state. We're not going to handle it at the state. We'll handle it at the county. We're not going to handle it at the county now. We're going to handle it at the school board level. So my point is that, am I done? My point is, please picture these kids in school. They're not going to wear the masks, whether their parents tell them to or not. Yeah, you're going to leave that up to, you're going to let your kid decide whether or not to smoke or wear their seatbelt?
Crystal McCotter.
Good evening. As you all have stated, you are lawyers and business people. You are trained to call in experts. I don't know the first thing about supply chain management, nor about filing a brief. I cannot begin to guess at the intricacies of different teaching theories and methods, so I don't have the audacity to stand before you and comment on those. I trust the teachers who attended colleges and received bachelor's, master's, and/or doctorates and have done their due diligence and utilized the best methods available for their students. I am, however, professionally qualified to speak on masking without going into all of my qualifications or what my work history is. I attended the University of Michigan and studied microbiology and the history of health and human medicine, and have worked with one of the most highly regarded virologists in the country. And I am invested in the lack of a mask mandate for the children of Brighton area schools as the mother of an incoming kindergartner. A kindergartner in which I have made the decision to move him from my assigned school district via school of choice into one that I had hoped would be a better fit in helping him become the best academic version of himself as he grows. At this moment, I question my decision because I'm standing in front of a school board for a school my child has not yet started. I am asking that the board in charge of one of the top schools in the state and one of the nationally ranked high schools in the country out of 24,000 high schools trust some of their own former students, students who have graduated and gone on to top tier universities around the world and became microbiologists, doctors, and medical researchers. Your responsibility is to educate my child and keep him alive while he is in your care. Your job is not to argue against people who have dedicated their professional lives to the knowledge and intricacies of infectious disease and prevention. Before I go any further, I have a couple of softball questions related to immunology and microbiology. What does MHC Class 1 and MHC Class 2 bind to? What Baltimore classification is a coronavirus? It's okay to admit you don't have all the answers and to follow the recommendations of those who do. Every single person and group making the professional recommendation to wear a mask knows the answers to these questions because they are as simple as 1 + 1 to anybody except for maybe my child in this room. For a school system that teaches AP sciences, it is ironic and disappointing that this board has actively chosen to ignore the best current scientifically available practices to keep children from dying or developing severe complications. Listen to the experts. Currently, the experts, the WHO, CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and Livingston County Health Department all recommend that all people unvaccinated and vaccinated wear a mask. I'm sure that every school in this district has a poster talking about integrity. Integrity includes doing the right thing even when you don't have to. Just because there are no recommendations from any health authority does not mean that Brighton area schools do not have to go above and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Janine Iyer.
Good evening. First, I want to thank the board and Superintendent Outlaw for your service to the Brighton community. I favor the Brighton School Board for keeping the return to learn plan free of mandatory masks, vaccination, and testing. As others have talked about, masking is an unnecessary burden on the kids and is a physical, mental, and emotional detriment to the kids. Masks increase CO2 levels, which is bad for them. Masks are a medical measure that should be left up to the parent. Parents that want to mask their kids, if your masks work, then the kids not wearing a mask shouldn't be a threat to you and your children. In terms of testing, cases have been determined by PCR test, which the CDC is withdrawing by the end of this year because they know it cannot distinguish between COVID and influenza. This drives up the case numbers that people are quoting. And so this withdrawal of the test by the end of the year is an admission that the PCR test is flawed, and therefore children going forward should no longer be subject to it. I just wanted to address the idea of a CDC order. CDC issues recommendations, okay? They don't issue orders. They don't have power over you unless you let them. They are funded by the pharmaceutical companies that are pushing the shots for pharma profits over the economical effective therapeutics of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Parents and residents voted you, the board members, into your board positions. Listen to all your constituents. Let those who want to mask their kids do so. Let those who do not want to mask their kids not mask their kids. Thank you.
Been a long night. Good evening, Dr. Caitlin Perry-Dial, City of Brighton, and a BAS parent. My son Elliot successfully completed an entire year in BVA last year, but we are very excited to be back in person at Horning. We saw Mr. Yates here earlier, and my heart fluttered. I love him. Last week, I had the honor of speaking to a group of individuals where I shared my commitment and my responsibility to taking care of my neighbors and my community. No matter our differences, we live in this community together and we take care of each other. That is why I'm vaccinated and I wear a mask. My children who are too young to be vaccinated also wear a mask because they understand that their masks protect their friends and their friends' masks protect them. It shows kindness. That's what we're about here in Brighton. Now, I have communicated with this board and administration several times for the last several weeks, so I'm not going to rehash any of that. But like you, I was optimistic that this fall would be different, and I hoped that we wouldn't need a mask mandate. But I am here tonight to press one more time about your responsibility to issue a masking policy. While our children are in your care, you are responsible for their education, their health, and their safety. You teach them to be critical thinkers, to read evidence, listen and learn from experts in various fields. Why is this board afraid to practice what is taught in this district? You say that you are not medical experts and that you will defer your responsibility to experts because you believe it is not your right to issue the mask mandate in our schools. I am here to ask, would you follow the advice of expert physicians? Would you follow the advice of the American Academy of Pediatrics, MDHHS, Livingston County Health Department? All of these entities say that school districts must require masks this fall. The governor, the state school board, and MDHHS have all confirmed that this is the duty of the school boards to make this decision. This is not political. This is your responsibility. Be the leaders we elected you to be. Do not abdicate your responsibility because you are afraid of the loud and misinformed masses. Please issue a mask mandate for our schools. Promote the vaccine for everyone who is eligible and then our kids who will soon be eligible. Keep our kids safe. Keep our community safe. That is your responsibility.
Jessica Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Jessica Garcia, City of Brighton resident and parent. Dear members of the board and Dr. Outlaw, you've heard from me several times on the importance of mask mandates in our schools during this time of high COVID transmission rates. As mentioned earlier, I and hundreds of other parents have shared the data with you, along with the MDHHS and LCHD recommendations for universal masking. We pointed to the range of policies implemented at peer districts across the state. We've highlighted the potential legal jeopardy you face, especially with regard to violating ADA protections. Most recently, I made the economic argument with you by highlighting that Brighton is a commuter hub for many parents and our responsibility to keep employees of local and statewide businesses present for work. Tonight, I will try one more approach and appeal to your sensibility as leaders in our community. In the research on effective leadership and critical competencies, there are three key themes that emerge again and again: high ethical and moral standards, accountability, and humility. Over the last several weeks of communicating with this board, it is clear that you are failing in each of these areas. In the face of overwhelming evidence that the virus is highly contagious, the alarming rate of breakthrough infections with symptoms, and knowing that children under 12 cannot be vaccinated, your answer to the plea from parents to increase protection for their babies and themselves by association has been to shrug your shoulders and leave the fate of our community up to individual families and the willpower and limited understanding of young children. Despite the unanimous calls from pediatricians, health experts, immunologists, and state and county health officials for universal masking, none of whom serve on this board, incidentally, your answer for the last several weeks has been that you will not issue a mask mandate without an explicit directive from the health department. The governor, the state board of education, and the health departments have all confirmed on record that it is the school district's responsibility to implement this mandate, but you refuse to make this call. It is not as though our district is without evidence to draw their own conclusions. You need only look to Florida, Mississippi, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Georgia, Alabama, and Texas, where pediatric and ICU beds are full, for examples of what happens in districts without mask mandates with this current variant. Closer to home, we know that Howell and Heartland already have positive cases, having only opened last week. It is time to admit you were wrong. You had hoped for better circumstances, as we all did, but the plan needs adjusting now. You have more information than you did on July 21st. Being inflexible now and staying the course will have dire consequences. Admitting when we are wrong or made a mistake is never easy, but it will be even harder to admit those mistakes when the right choice is so obvious and lives are lost as a result of your hubris. Each of you was elected or hired to protect our children and lead this district. You are failing as effective leaders in this crisis, but it is not too late to right the ship. I'm asking you again, please follow the recommendations of our health department and implement a mask mandate.
Enough, please.
Hi, my name is Colleen Bussey, and I just now decided to come up here and speak, so bear with me. I apologize ahead of time. I don't see the point in arguing whether the masks are good or the masks are bad. I probably am guilty, as most of you sitting there. Somebody walks up without the mask, and you know what side they are on. They believe one thing, and the people with the masks believe the other. But I believe that our most important thing is our children to us. And both sides love their children more than anything. And we all, when you spout all the stats or the different doctors, I think both sides can be saying things. Now, the facts are what you're reading and what you're looking for and what you're exposed to. And this is so new to us all. We haven't had masks like this for a long period of time. I myself am against it, thinking that you can be for it and not have your children. I mean, if you want to wear the mask, you think that's the best for your children, you're You need to do what's right for your children, what you believe is best for your children, as I do. I believe the other way. Maybe I'm wrong, time will tell, but I want the right to make that decision and do what's right for my child. If my child gets sick, I'm the one who suffers. If my child gets COVID, I'm the one who suffers. If my child dies, I suffer. I'm the one, nobody cares about my kid more than I do, and I want to do what's right for my child. Another thought I have is if there are so many people, and I can see this not being implemented in high school hard to, but why can't the under 12 kids have a couple classrooms that are masks then? There obviously seem to be teachers on both sides of it too, that maybe they would rather be in a room of masks or a room without masks. But so why can't we do that? Okay, let me see if I thought of anything else here. I mean, I think that's basically what I have to say, so.
Betsy Nickerson.
Hello. I have two kids, one at Spencer and one starting Maltby. I am an occupational therapist. I work in the home healthcare setting. I've worked through the whole pandemic. I work with geriatric patients. I go in their homes, the assisted living facilities and independent living facilities. So I've seen a lot of things firsthand. I first want to speak to, I want my kids to wear masks, and if it was as easy as making just them wear masks, that would be fine. But the truth is that masks are most effective when everyone wears them. If you picture like a shower and you open the door and the shower water is coming out and you hold a towel over yourself, you still get sprayed with the water. If you shut the shower door and you hold the towel over yourself, there is hardly any water that gets on you. And that is how two masks, the person who has the COVID and the person that doesn't have COVID, that's how a mask works. That's just the simple way that it works, I'm sorry. And anyways, I've been required to wear a mask the entire time, and I'm still required to do so, and it's not inconvenience to me, and I haven't had any lightheadedness or issues with carbon dioxide or whatever. Outside visitors and workers are still required to wear masks into the facilities for the elderly people, so I'm not sure why our children are less important than the elderly. Last December, I was treating a patient who had no signs of COVID. I wore a mask. I followed all my protocols for non-COVID patients, wearing a mask, gloves, sanitizer, washing hands. He did not wear a mask because he had no signs. 3 days later, I woke up with a sore throat and a cough and called into work, and he had tested positive for COVID and was in the hospital. 3 days after that, I tested positive, as did two of my three children. He didn't have a mask on. I had a mask on. He didn't. As I said, you need two masks. Anyways, he died alone in the hospital 3 days later. And then after being off work for 14 days without pay because I work part-time because I have a small child at home, I still have prolonged effects, including memory, difficulty concentrating, shortness of breath, and fatigue. My symptoms improved after 3 months, but I still have issues. And I just want to reiterate that there are prolonged long-term issues that I have, that several of my friends who have COVID have, and that the children will most likely have when they have COVID. This is the truth. You are affecting them for their lifetime. In conclusion, there is scientific data, medical experts, pediatricians, personal stories, proof from other schools that have already opened that masks work in schools. It worked last year. My boys went last year. They were fine. They quarantined when they had to. They didn't get it from the school. They were fine with the masks. They were very happy just to be with their friends and to be out of, the crazy quarantine that we were in for the few weeks. And it affects my job. It affects my family. It affects my money, my income, economy, financially, mentally, all those things. It's just a simple mask to wear. Everyone needs to wear them. It doesn't work if just one person wears them and not the person who has the COVID. Thank you.
Andrea Shorkey.
Good evening. Science is not political. Science is fluid. It changes. Our children, teachers, and staff deserve to be protected to the greatest of our abilities. We need to buy time this fall and winter for all of them until a vaccine is available to our children aged 11 and under. We buy time by implementing the scientifically proven and evidence-based practice of layered mitigation strategies. The same strategies that were used successfully last year. It has been scientifically proven that masks reduce the spread of COVID-19 in schools. COVID-19 is still here this year and is proving to be an even greater threat to our children than last year due to the Delta variant. Though we are all, and I mean all of us, feeling really over this virus and pandemic, we cannot give up at the 11th hour by stripping away the proven protection that we do have in place to protect our children's teachers and staff by removing the mandated use of masks in schools. I strongly urge you to follow the science and the strong recommendations of the CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and our own Livingston County Health Department, which are made up of doctors, scientists, and professionals, some of whom have dedicated their entire lives to these topics. They have issued strong recommendations. These decisions are not made lightly. It will not be like this forever. We have to keep on just a little bit longer to protect our children, teachers, and staff, because although we may be done with this virus isn't done with us. Thank you.
Marulia Morneau. I get that right?
It's Marilla.
Marilla. Apologies.
Hi, my name is Marilla Morneau, and I live here in Brighton, Michigan. So last meeting, I came here to plead with you to protect our children and require masks to be worn in our schools. And since that time, you have made it abundantly clear that you will not do the right thing unless you are legally forced to. Even though our local health department, as well as nearly all health experts across the globe, have told you in no uncertain terms that the best way to prevent outbreaks inside our school is to require everyone inside the school building to wear a mask. But most of you have chosen not to listen. You are making the choice to be grossly negligent in your duty to protect our children. So now my question to you is, are you prepared for the consequences of your actions? Because we all know what's about to happen. The schools will open with no masks required, and within days there will be an outbreak, and the quarantines will begin. We know this will happen because we have seen the same thing happen, the same scenario played out in districts all over the country. Some of you seem to think that things like this don't happen inside the bubble of Livingston County. Yet when Howe schools opened last week, they only made it 3 days before they had multiple positive cases across 5 different buildings. And they currently have entire classrooms out on quarantine. So when that happens here, and it will, are you prepared? Are you prepared for are you prepared for entire schools to be shut down because there are too many students out sick or not enough teachers available to cover a building? Are you prepared for a student or staff member to become seriously ill or even die from this preventable disease, knowing that you had the power to stop it? Is the district prepared for possible lawsuits that may come as a result of your negligence? Does the district have a fund to cover those lawsuits, and what will be the cost to the taxpayers? Will the district's insurers even cover an injury or death claim, since you are willingly making the choice not to prevent the spread of COVID-19 within our schools? You have had all the warning in the world of what is about to happen, and you are choosing to do nothing about it. And when it goes wrong, you will be held responsible. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eva Helmanen. I've been attending the Zoom meetings and the in-person meetings. And I want to thank you guys all for serving, and gals. It's probably more challenging than you could ever imagine, listening to all of us come up here and say our piece, but it makes us feel better because we can give our opinion. But I don't know, and I'm sure you're all aware of the Michigan School Code 380.1307B. Any restraint that negatively impacts breathing is prohibited, even during an emergency, and that includes masks. I ask you to look that up, research it yourself. Otherwise, I can email you and see what your thoughts are on that, but that's my thought on that. And I also wanted to just sort of approach it from a different angle than I had before. Back in middle school, we had a test in social studies. And it was one of those tests where they played all kinds of jingles, and you had to say if you recognize the jingle. Okay, they were commercials. And those who watched the most television and listened to the radio the most, of course, knew all of the jingles. Fast forward to this year, or this past 18 months. When you watch the media 24/7 and watch the news, you can turn to any station and the propaganda is the same. I urge everybody to do their own research and quit turning on the TV. All it is fear mongering. I hear all these people up here, they're so fearful. They're not only fearful, they have no faith. If you believe in God, or if you're a Christian, or if you're a Muslim, or if you believe in a higher power, you find comfort in your faith. And that's how I feel, that I am taken care of and my family is taken care of by God. Now, we all have sad stories. We all could have a long list of sad things and bad things that happen to us, and people that die, but if you look at it and you have faith and you look at the joyful things in your life, you will be a much happier person. And by the way, real quickly, I saw that yellow thing go up, but real quick, my son, I was at the end of the school year last year. On the 9th day, he was supposed to be quarantining. He went to school, not knowing that he was supposed to be quarantining. And his teacher came up to him and said, Zach, you got to get out of class. You got to get out of class. He goes, why? Well, you were exposed to COVID. He goes, when? He had been exposed to COVID 9 days before. The health department never responded. They never called me. They never did anything. Thank you for your time.
Sean Carney.
First of all, I'd love to thank the board. I don't know if half the people here realize this is your volunteerism, and it's a thankless job. I know I see Ken Stahl and John Conley at the schools at all hours, and I've seen all of you all over the place. And I've had the pleasure of having many of your kids in class I've raised tens of thousands of dollars with some of your daughters for different charities, and it's been great. The one thing I would like to say is I would love for us to look at block scheduling again. It worked last year for my own personal class, or for an average teacher. It takes their count from 150 kids a day to 90, or 150, and then like the other 60 the next day. Sure, let's not do virtual Wednesdays. I think it'd be age appropriate at the high school where I could like, and make me a report, but that's a whole different story that Liz and I'll get into later because we've had conversations on it. But I really think we had a lot of really good mitigation strategies. Dr. Outlaw, I loved how you outlined things at the beginning of this. It made me feel better as my daughter's going into Scranton that we're still going to do the potting. As long as we're doing that, I think that's very helpful. I would just love to see the block scheduling and not have kids change and mix as much. So thank you. And if you're going to go after me, why don't you just say, hey, I'm for mask, against mask, because they'd like to get home at some point. So thank you. Bye. Should call on me sooner.
All right. Hillary Feister-Bell.
Hi there. My name is Hillary Feister-Bell. I'm the parent of 2 teenagers in Brighton area schools who attended in-person school last year as a senior and a freshman. I kind of want to speak to something that I think has gotten a little lost in this discussion tonight, and quite honestly, I think was lost in the basis for bringing up revisiting the current policy. It is my understanding that the position taken by BAS, as well as all the other districts in Livingston County, is the mask optional policy. And this was communicated to everyone in the district by Dr. Outlaw on July 21st. I commend the board for providing all parents with 2 important options to consider this fall. The first one is your decision for any family to attend in-person school or to attend school virtually. That is the option number 1. The second one is if you attend in person, is that you are allowed to be mask optional. In other words, if you have a choice, if you attend in-person school either with or without masks. Simply put, these are the choices. They've been put out there. So if a parent or board member is still overwhelmingly concerned with a student's risk of COVID after 18 months of experience living through this pandemic, then they have the personal choice, as outlined in the document sent on July 21st, to have their child wear a mask. Or ultimately, if they want to remove any risk of in-person transmission, you can simply choose to attend virtual school. Those are the choices. It's pretty clear to me. I don't know why we're revisiting this. This is a benefit risk decision for every parent in this room, one which the parent is accountable for based on their own beliefs. I would like to thank the board for applying common sense in this policy at this point and allowing parents choice when it comes to making decisions regarding masks. Please continue to emphasize in all of your discussions the options that already exist. As parents yourselves, in addition to being board members, I strongly encourage you to continue to lead the way back to normalcy with focus on complete re-engagement and education for our children. 18 months is an exceedingly long time to subject our children to forced compliance, often based on random policies, which are often based on speculation in the medical community rather than hard clinical data and, quite frankly, common sense. To reinstate a mask policy at this point, the efficacy of which was inherently based on minimal data to begin with, would be inexcusable and would certainly detract from the real purpose of school, which is education. If we do not collectively pivot and aim for normalcy now, there will be no off-ramp from this pandemic. And sadly, these endless discussions that seem to repeatedly hijack the purpose of the school board will continue. I encourage this board to collectively lead the way upward and onward with focus on re-engagement in academics and education for the overall well-being of our students.
Karina Miller. Karina Miller.
Hi, my name's Karina Miller. I live in Brighton. I'm a parent of a sophomore at the high school. I just had one graduate this past year. And I'm also a proud teacher in the district. I came with some notes here, but I've added to it, so I'll try to keep track of my chicken scratch here. First of all, Dr. Outlaw, I really appreciate you stating that you guys are going to focus on the actual number of cases rather than the percentages that we sometimes get from the health department. I had received an email that was shared with me from another school in a different district in our county. And they had shared with the district that, and this came from the Livingston County Health Department, they shared all the numbers, which I know you guys have access to. But the part that stood out to me, it says, as you can see from this data, the majority of cases are occurring in the 19 plus age group. And this was their numbers from August 19th. And the countywide numbers for school-age children are extremely low. So I appreciate and I ask that you guys continue to use those actual case numbers to make your decisions as you go forward. And I'd also like to kind of respond to a question that was made by one of the board members about why would we keep, you know, some of these precautions and not all of them. And to me, I respect that you guys are doing that because it shows that you're weighing the benefits and the negatives of each of those strategies. Like when we have 2 lunchrooms so kids can spread out, you're not going to really find a lot of negatives that could come from that. Where, you know, individually looking at all these precautions, I think is very smart and is why it would maybe be different for masking. And I'd also like to point out, people keep talking about how disruptive quarantines are. My kids were quarantined so much last year. It is very disruptive. But the thing we need to keep in mind, even if you're masked, these quarantines are still going to happen. We're still going to have cases either way. And even with the mask on, those quarantines happen. So having a mask mandate isn't going to like suddenly solve the quarantining issue. Now, what I originally came here to say was I want to thank you for your decision to allow students to have a choice on wearing a mask. And I want to share an experience with you all regarding a student. This is a student that I know from our high school. Pre-pandemic, this girl was a very confident and outgoing young lady. I watched a transition take place last year, however. At the end of the year, we were talking one day and I said to her, well, hopefully we won't be in masks next year. To that, she replied, oh, that sounds terrifying. I was shocked because I didn't know this particular girl to be overly fearful of the virus. So it didn't add up. Oh, okay. Okay. When I asked her why, she explained the thought of walking down the hallway was terrifying. She meant having peers see her face and seeing peers. That's what was terrifying. The emotional toll that it is taking on our kids is real. I see it with my own kids. I see it with kids in the district like this one, and I see it with my students. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Heather Heffley. Heather Heffley. Oh, okay.
Good evening. My name's Heather Heffley. I've got 2 kids in the Brighton School District. One is a 10th grader and one's an 8th grader. This last year, we did great. It was stressful, but my kids got through it. They wore masks every day. They wore masks at stores. They would remind me to put mine on. Sometimes I would forget. What I wanted to point out was that my family is requesting that the board consider masking for K through 12th grade to slow the spread and decrease the amount of quarantines. I understand that masks do not prevent COVID and they do not 100% protect anybody. The point of the mask is like a furnace filter when you have pollens outside. So when the air is full of pollen, you don't open up the windows and let all the pollens in. But when you open the doors, some pollen gets in your house, so you put a furnace filter on. We have a HEPA-based furnace filter on our house. A mask is kind of like a HEPA filter, and as somebody pointed out earlier from the Waterloo study, certain masks will filter out different levels of COVID. That is true. And looking at the Waterloo study actually quoted that they heavily recommended masking and good ventilation in that study. Masking is just a small part of the answer, and I was happy to hear Dr. Outlaw saying that there's lots of different mitigation measures that the school is doing, and that's wonderful. My kids safely wore masks all last year, and not only did they do okay, but they did great. They both have asthma, just to note that. So breathing with a mask is not super comfortable for them. They don't prefer it. They prefer no mask. My son wore a mask all year, managed to get straight A's, also was in band playing clarinet and oboe and the marching band with a mask and a filter over his clarinet. My daughter got a platinum at her dance competition. She dances 15 hours every single week. Try putting a mask on and any of you doing any kind of cardio for 15 minutes, and my daughter did it for 15 hours every week. My son did get frustrated last year with quarantines and missing in-person teaching. It did make things difficult. My daughter did get bullied over political issues. People assumed because of her clothes that she was associated with a certain president or not. And so the mask mandate will lessen bullying associated with different political parties, because me standing here with a mask, everybody's assuming that I'm a certain thing or not, and their kids will too.
Teachers do the same thing.
A mask mandate will also lessen the amount of quarantines, which will help our students learn better. Thank you.
Eric Peterson? Okay. Alyssa Davis.
Hello. I originally planned on coming here tonight to talk to you about CRT and this whole new DEI thing and the human trafficking that's been found in Brighton. And then this happened, and here I am. So I will take those M&Ms when I'm done. I looked around with no script, just serious chicken scratch notes, because I'm like, what the heck? I already put my card in. Now what do? I don't want to disappoint you. So I thought, here's a really good idea. How about we flatten the curve? Oh, look at the excited faces. Here's how this works. We have a supreme law of the land. It's called the Constitution. With the Constitution comes a hierarchy. At the very top of that pyramid is God. Now, whatever you want to believe in, source, energy, Buddha, top dog. Second in charge is us, the people. Number two, like, we're pretty powerful. I didn't, that's good, because that includes you guys too. Third in charge is the local government. After that comes our illustrious state, and then after that is the federal government. who holds the least of all powers? I've watched people come up here and proudly announce, well, I'm with this agency and I do this. No, we're all equal, period. God gave me a child. God gave me 3 children, 2 of which have already rolled through your system. I commend you and these teachers here. This is one hell of a school district. I mean, we've been through the ringer with each kid for different things, and y'all have been there. But to sit there and tell me what's going to happen with my child, false. Like, that will not happen. And I noticed, the fear. Like, there are people that are really afraid of this virus, like really, really scared. And then there are people, I wondered who was going to do that. I kept looking at the girls. So here's the bottom line. We have the power. We don't need to be afraid because we can leave. So think about what you're going to do and how bad you want to keep us together, because we would love to stay.
Lisa Elamat. Lisa Elamat. Jared Elamat. And I have a card here from somebody named Bonnie, but there is no last name. So, ma'am, when you get to the podium, we will need your last name. Coleman?
Yeah.
Did you say Holman or Coleman?
Holman.
Coleman. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I did this at last minute too, and I was just sitting listening to everybody. And I'm not here to undermine anybody. I'm in the older age of the ones that can really get it, and I've never gotten it. I'm just saying that looking into it the way you've all looked into it, I know the parents all appreciate it. I know the one lady that said that you've given choices, and that you did do. You said either choose to do it the way you did it last year, where they did it at home and not wear a mask, or come to a school. Nobody is saying we don't want to take care of the children. No one is saying the children need to be the most important thing, because I believe everybody in this room believes that, no matter what your choice is on masks. You guys have to make a decision. This decision has to be one that I think you probably already made, which was the 2 choices. Why somebody watched a show on TV, a movie, a news roll that changed the way she felt, that was something that happened to her. But then everyone else needs to deal with that. Everyone else needs to say, well, I watched this on TV. I watched that on TV. I could get a doctor that would repudiate every doctor that came up and said, it's not good not to wear masks, because it's that split, even in the medical field. There is no way that anybody knows any more about this. Dr. Fauci has said, don't do this. There's been other people that have sat up and said, this can be cured with a medicine. We have therapies now. They're taken off the air. They're no longer allowed to say what they want to say. So how can anybody sit here and say, I know this. The CDC says don't smoke. How many people smoke? The CDC says you shouldn't be overweight. Are we all where we should be, or are some of us overweight? I mean, The CDC says this is our recommendation, and I think we all have, everyone has, the ability to think with common sense, with the heart of all the community and the children of Brighton. Thank you very much.
Connie Robinson.
Good evening. I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak on this very long evening. You guys have a tough job in normal times and in COVID times, really bad. You have a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. I don't envy the tremendous amount of pressure that you are all under. And, obviously, you're under pressure from the Livingston County Health Department. You're under pressure from many in the community. And no question that all the division is making everybody's life a lot harder. Everything has become so political, including our children's health, and that is really, really unfortunate. And there's just so much anger out there, so much anger that neither side is listening to each other. We're just shouting over each other. And I agree. I agree with several people who said this is really a disheartening place to be in Livingston County. So I just want to say a few things. Those who don't want mask mandates are not selfish. They're not haters. They're not trying to kill others. They just want the same respect for their decision that they give to others who choose to mask. They are trying to do what's best for their children. That's all they're trying to do, and to keep their freedom. Those who do want mask mandates, they're not bad people. They're not evil people. They too just want to do what's best for their children. I could stand here and cite study after study after study, as has been done, about the physical and mental harm that masks cause. And the other side can stand here and cite study after study after study. There are many studies on both sides. So as you struggle with this decision that you've made, I ask you to take into consideration all of the misinformation we've received from the agencies of authority, such as the CDC, the WHO, and our own COVID guru, Anthony Fauci. Defendants of those authorities argue that mistakes were made in the beginning because this was so new. But that really makes my argument. This is new, and true science is always evolving. We just don't know everything right now. We just don't. So if we're talking agencies, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services reports the Michigan mortality rate where COVID was a contributing factor at 2.2%. So that's the key thing, the contributing factor. That means that there were other comorbidities. That means that primarily older people with many medical conditions are in those statistics. The Livingston County Health Department reports a fatality rate of 1%. I haven't been able to find the breakdown on age on the health department's website, but a lot of what I was going to say has already been said tonight. So I'm just going to end by saying that if masks are effective, then those who choose to wear them should feel perfectly safe from those who don't.
Ma'am, your time is up. Please.
Oh, okay. I just want to urge you to be leaders who provide a safe environment while respecting our right to choose. Stick with the Return to Learn plan. Thank you.
Aaron Patilla. Aaron Patilla. Okay. Is it Cody Houseman?
Thank you. My name's Cody. I am a Brighton community member, a mother of a 5-year-old little girl. There's a lot of emotion going on tonight. And I'd also like to point out that I'm also a military veteran and have fought in 4 wars. For everybody here tonight, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the support. It means a lot, especially, with recent events. But the only reason that I'm saying that is that I fought for everybody here to be able to, say their point, have the free speech, say what you want. And I support that fully to the end. I'm also a nurse. I have a lot of letters and credentials behind my name. We're not going to go into it because I don't really feel like it's relevant. I've looked at the data, the research, the education, everything that's out there. I don't look to mom groups on Facebook and feed into that hype and that hysteria that is out there. I implore you all to really stay out of that. Stay out of social media. Really find your data, find your resources. Are you going to find doctors and nurses that feel that this is what we need to do? Absolutely. Are you going to find doctors and nurses that feel like this isn't what we should do for our children? 100%. Could I get lists? Yes, I could. But I also don't feel like that's relevant. With a 0.00% to 0.03% risk of death in children from COVID, I don't feel like that risk outweighs the risks that are going to be associated with strapping a mask to my 5-year-old child for a 12-hour day. I just don't. As repeatedly stated tonight, there's so many data, facts, reports, studies that can point to all the detrimental effects that, pertain to masking our children. We'll continue to see these numbers wax and wane in the communities as we go on. If you look at all the data and research, this has already happened with the Delta variant in Europe. It's skyrocketed and now nothing. It's going to happen here in our communities. We're going to see this. How much more of a divide? Like, what's the magic number? What is the number that everybody's looked at that's going to be enough to stop the lockdowns, to stop the community divide, to stop all this, to stop the suicides, everything that's happening because of this? What is that magic number? Because these vaccines and these masks are not going to make this virus go away. They're not. It's just not. Data also suggests that there's significant high numbers of hospitalizations and death in children. The flu, there's no mass stakes, there's no hysteria, no guilt towards families living their life. As a former combat veteran and as a hospice and oncology nurse that have helped many pass away, I implore you to really take a look at what it means to live life, to live this brief life and this gift that we were all given, and really live it. If you're a parent in this community and you feel that your child's safety is determined by a mask, then by all means wear the mask. Get your child vaccinated if that's something you believe in. But please, please don't think that anybody's going to be able to tell me what I'm going to do with my child. Okay, so do your research for both sides, stay open-minded, and pause and take a moment and take a look at the bigger picture. This virus has crumbled small business, families emotionally, mentally, corrupting the minds. It's our time to live and make our medical choices for our children. Please, I plead that you let us make that choice.
Jody Rakowiak.
Hi, my name is Jody Rahoviak. I have 3 kids in the district, 9th, 7th, and 3rd grades. I'm not going to speak long because I already emailed everybody my thoughts and everything's been said and there's no reason to say it again. But I want to say that I have listened to what everybody has had to say today, and I keep hearing choice, that we have choice to wear masks or choice not to wear masks. And I hear that. And then I hear Ken say that he's sick of our community being divided and that he's sick of the divisiveness. And I am too. But as I'm sitting here and I'm listening to somebody talk about why they want to have masks and why they're for it, I have people behind me counting how many times this person touches her mask loudly. So if that's happening at a board meeting with adults, what's going to happen in our classrooms? Why are we putting this on the backs of our children to handle this? We worry about their mental health. Well, what is that effect going to be on their mental health? It happened last year. It'll be worse this year. So I'm just sharing that. It hasn't been spoken or addressed here yet, and I think it's an important point. I would like to have our community come together too, but clearly we're not there yet.
Sabrina Mertz.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I've got nothing prepared. I was actually cutting my daughter's birthday cake and about threw up in my mouth with all the virtual signaling going on tonight. It's ridiculous. Choice, it's a big thing. Every parent should have it. Yes, COVID is out there and it's real. Everybody spewed off the statistics tonight. I'm not going to do that again. It's funny because I heard one parent talking about tonight, and it's not funny in the sense that their kid had a heart condition, but I'm hearing them talk about how their kid caught COVID at school, and then they took them to a physical later on in the summer. Now they have a heart condition because of it. And now they're advocating for masks in school. If those masks worked, that kid would have never caught COVID in the freaking first place. Are you kidding me? Secondly, I see I got you. I'll calm it down. Secondly, I see everybody up here in their little surgical masks that they bought from Costco. Look on the box. It does not work. Does not protect against any viruses. You are going to pull a vote in the 11th hour before school's about to start and not give me a freaking choice as to whether or not I can send my kids to a private school. And then I got somebody up here saying, oh, well, we can't afford to send them if you guys don't do the mask. I can't afford to send them if you do the mask. My kids were virtual all last year because I didn't want to put them in masks. Send your kids to virtual school if you're afraid to live in the freaking real world. I'll call right now, last one. That's it. Done. I won't say anything else. Me and my husband are in law enforcement. We didn't get a day off in the last 18 months. We've been through the worst of the worst. We're still alive. We're still here. We're still forced to go to work. We're not getting extra pay for anything. Just like those people back there that are seeing that. Leave this choice to us parents. We will survive, and we will survive just fine.
All right. So that concludes all of the cards that people submitted that wanted to speak. There were 3 cards that were submitted by individuals who wanted the statement on their card read. The first one is Kaylee Hegel, I believe, Hegle. And she, her comment is, I am in support of parental choice regarding masks and COVID vaccines. I do not support mandatory testing. The next one is Jane Donovan Clark.
Excuse me, that's me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to speak, ma'am?
Yes, because of what's happened tonight.
That's perfectly fine.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, I came here tonight to thank you for the Return to Learn program or plan. I was so excited that my grandchildren, I'm a graduate of Brighton High School. Long time ago, I had 2 boys that attended Brighton High School, and now I have grandchildren in Brighton schools. Actually, my kids went K through 12 through Brighton. So I came to thank you, but now that I hear this resolution to reconsider in the 11th hour, I am very, very concerned about this. because families cannot make another plan this late. So I'm telling you that there are many, many experts out there, of course, on both sides. You can search it, it's not a problem. It is just a shame that some are being silenced and that our due process has gone out the window in the United States of America. I do want to say that the masks have risk, and forgoing a peanut butter sandwich does not. So you can't compare those two things. Okay, there are health risks and there are risks to learning. I said kids do require more oxygen than adults do. So any adult here saying that, oh, these masks aren't that bad, I wear one this long, it's not the same thing for a child. And I do have a grandson that actually got called his parents every day, almost every day, oh, he's not feeling good, for a long time. And once he got home, he was fine. So there was always problems, like keep him in school, keep him in school. Okay, so I also want to ask is how are these children learning to read? How are they learning their phonics when they can't see a mouth, or they have muffled speech from their teachers? Okay, every child is important, and everyone wearing a mask in school is not a normal school experience. So where there is risk, there must be choice. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then the final card is was submitted by Rebecca Smith. Is Ms. Smith still here? No. She submitted a card and asked that this be read. She says the research letter regarding carbon dioxide was retracted 7/16/21. It was a research letter, not a full study to begin with. It was retracted because following publications, numerous scientific issues were raised regarding the study methodology, including concerns about the applicability of the device used for the assessment of carbon dioxide levels in the study setting, and whether measurements obtained accurately represented carbon dioxide content in inhaled air, as well as issues related to the validity of the study conclusions. The authors didn't provide sufficiently convincing evidence to resolve those issues as determined by editorial evaluation and an additional scientific review. That was her comments. And Mr. Engleter, there's no more. That's it. All right. So that concludes the call to the public portion of our agenda this evening. I just would like to say thank you to everyone that spoke to the board this evening. One thing I can say is the board very much values the input from its residents. We take everything and consider all of the input that you give to us. I know that there are emotions running high. And we strive to give everyone the opportunity to have their voice heard. And that's what we did this evening. We wanted to make sure that everyone had the opportunity to make their voice known, and what is obviously an important topic for everyone. And I appreciate everyone's patience and getting through in what was obviously a lengthy process. So with that, we now turn to the next portion of the agenda, which is the for action section, item A, regular meeting minutes of July 26, 2021. Do we have a motion? So moved.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Stahl, supported by Ms. Reed. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any nays? And one abstention. That was me for not being present at that meeting. So that passes 6-0-1. Next item B is the Human Resource Report. Mr. Scaling.
Yes, updated Human Resource Report was provided to you at Place that had a few updates since the publication of those to you. Those are presented for your consideration.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved. Support.
Moved by Ms. Mitchell, supported by Ms. Reed. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any nays? That passes 7-0. That brings us to item C, the mask mandate policy issue that was added to the agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right, and so the motion, just so I recall, the motion is to adopt a Brighton Area Schools policy requiring the mask of all students, staff, and visitors during periods of high transmission in the Brighton School District.
Yes.
All right. Any discussion?
If you don't mind, since I requested that this motion be added, I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to have this discussion here at the board table instead of in other places, because this is an important issue for our community. And it's important that the choice our district makes and our continued commitment to a prior plan or our move to a new plan be something that's transparent and visible to our community, to our parents, to our staff, to everyone else. And I thank my fellow board members for giving us the opportunity to hear this motion tonight and talk about it here at the board table. I think that is, I'm just thankful that we have the opportunity to do that. I am proposing and I support a universal masking requirement for indoor spaces for the students, staff, and visitors to our schools because we have strong recommendations from responsible health departments that advocate for this specifically in schools. Our district has relied upon those same recommendations to establish a lot of the COVID mitigation strategies that served us so well last year. Having masks in schools last year was certainly not ideal, but it helped us keep our community safe. It helped us keep our students and staff safe. One of the other important things that I think we should consider as we look at the mitigation strategies for this year, as compared to what we had last year, when we got through towards the end of the school year last year, the county health department revised its recommendations for how close our contact needed to be before a quarantine was required after a positive COVID case. They reached a conclusion after looking at the data from the last year that when everyone was masked, we could go from a 6-foot radius for that close contact definition down to a 3-foot radius. We saw a dramatic reduction in the number of students and staff that needed to be quarantined from our classrooms and disrupt their learning, disrupt their work when we went from 6 feet to 3 feet, because we've done such a good job of providing that 3-foot radius around the people in our classrooms. The Livingston County Health Department continues to recommend that if there is not a universal mask requirement in place for the indoor space, we will have to go back to the 6-foot radius. I think that's going to, just as it did last year, create a lot more disruption in our classrooms than the masks themselves create. And that's why I am proposing that the district adopt that universal masking requirement.
Okay, I'd like to add a little bit onto what Ms. Reed just said. First of all, just kind of continuing this idea and just adding to it, is if we have a universal mask mandate, the Livingston County Health Department has said we can cut it down to a 3-foot. We can cut it down to a 3-foot radius. So we actually can have fewer quarantines based on the mask mandate. So I want that to be clear, that I know a couple people had mentioned that earlier, and that is based on the Livingston County Health Department. That's not our decision. We have no control over that decision. That's the health department's decision. In addition, for the quarantines, the school this year is going to be responsible for the contact tracing. Last year, the Livingston County Health Department did the contact tracing. I know a few of you had said, it took so long for your students to be contacted. Our schools now are going to be having that task of contact tracing, 6 feet radius. We're going to have staff members working on this, taking time out of what they're supposed to be doing educationally to be doing contact tracing. And remember, we're doing this at a 6-foot radius. So masking will in fact reduce the quarantines. That's the first thing. The second thing I would like to say is that I'm not a medical professional. I know I'm not. I do not have the background. I do not have the education. I do not have the training or expertise to critically review and identify peer-reviewed journals versus non-peer-reviewed medical literature. I know that. In fact, I don't think anybody on the board does. However, I'm not going to pull a study and say this study meets what I'm stating. I'm not going to pull studies because I don't know how to review them. What I will do, however, is I have the knowledge to know who does have that experience, who has the background, who has the education, who has the training, who has the expertise to read and critically review this technical work. And those are the people I'm going to be listening to. As Dr. Raymond Smith came and spoke today, he sent us a letter with 41 signatures of doctors, medical practitioners who practice medicine for your children. These are the members of our community. You trust these doctors to make all these other decisions about your kids. You trust them to make other decisions. Thank you. You trust them to make other decisions about your family, but yet something as simple as a mask, you can't trust them to make that decision about. They're asking us to follow the recommendations of the Livingston County Health Department, which, as Ms. Reed said, are recommending that we require masks. The CDC, some of you talked about the CDC. It's like, I'll follow the CDC for this, but I'm not going to follow it for the mask mandates, the mask recommendations. They're still recommending masks. The Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, they're still recommending that we require masks. These are the people that read this research. These are the people that have that knowledge. These are the people that we should be relying on. Excuse me?
Excuse me, Dr. Krebs. Okay, this is your last warning. If I see anyone interrupt any board member that talks, I'm going to have you removed by the police. This is your last warning. I've been patient and I'm fed up. It's disrespectful, it violates our decorum, and that's not going to be tolerated anymore. I don't care what side of the fence you're on.
Thank you. I just want to say that in closing, I'm going to rely on the professionals, and I'm going to require that we have universal masking for all students. Thank you.
I would like to, I'm sorry, were you going to go? Okay. I would support everything that Dr. Krebs and Ms. Reed just stated. I do want everybody to know that I appreciate that everybody has a position and an opinion on such a passionate matter regarding your children. But I sit here as a board member, and sometimes we have to make really difficult decisions. And I feel it's my duty as a board member, as an elected official, to create the safest environment for our staff, for our students, and especially the students that don't have the ability to be vaccinated. I don't watch TV shows. I don't watch social media to make decisions here at this board table. What I do look to, and I believe the board members as well as the district, look to the state, to the Michigan Department of Health and Services, the local health department, as far as what we should do in the district. And what I look at is on mask use, they're recommending to adopt protocols to require universal masking for students, staff, and visitors. And what I interpret that is that they want the school to instill protocols for the district to require masks. And so that is why I'm supporting a mask mandate for our kids starting school. Thank you.
Any further discussion by Mr. Fallon? You were up next.
I'll try to keep it short, but that's not gonna be easy. Okay, recently, my son explained to me that he got a letter or something emailed to him and said he couldn't attend college because if he didn't want to get a vaccination and he's in his senior year and gonna graduate in the semester. He'll be the first male Conley to graduate from the university. Now, I'm his dad. I actually got upset. Okay, now, why would you do that? He was attending virtually. Give me a break. Give me a break. So I said, turn in an exemption form. Oh, it was approved. What about the kids that didn't know to turn in the exemption form? So I have some other serious situations, and I'll bring them up right now because it's time for the group. I hear the support of this mandating things and telling people how they're going to run their lives. And so I represent a group of military people. I'm the last one. I didn't go in the military, but all my family, they're dead. But every one of them did. And I grew up in houses, and a house right here in town. Used to walk here to school every day and walk up the street. And those men and my grandmother were all heroes, every one of them, from World War II, World War I, and beyond. So we sit here today making these decisions for other people. Those men and women gave their lives for us. We're not in a position to do that. They gave their lives for the freedom of all of us. And we have a nice woman here today. Her husband spent 20 years in the major and became a major in the U.S. Army. And he flew missions and danger and traveled with his family around the world and put them, technically just traveling was putting them in harm's way. And they sit here, and we had the military nurse that served 4 tours, and we have a police officer, this nice woman who spoke. You know, all these people that protect us. Well, and we're going to act and protect them here by doing this. I think clearly we heard the message. Now, we're all being recorded tonight. I was told that earlier. I didn't approve that recording. I didn't approve this board meeting to be recorded. Nobody ever asked me. So we're going to have that on the agenda here in the near future. I don't know who decided to record it. Maybe somebody here on the board made a decision all by themselves to do that. That's not how we work. So tonight, again, I respect these ladies, all 3 of them. They've worked very hard. They're professionals. They have the rights to their opinion. And I have a new way to approach this these days. So it's not just stick my foot in the door and say, we got to do this. This is a really tough situation for everybody, and I know that. But I don't know how many funerals you've been to where people killed themselves. I can make a list. I'm not going to say their whole names. Mike, Joel, CN, Chris J. They're dead. I refuse to have anything to do with anything that would cause harm to a child and potentially put him in this situation. They're already having that situation bad enough in this world. They are. And whatever reason, we're all here together today. We are. And it's not up to us. It's up to the families to decide these things. It's up to our, and by doing that, and I know for sure, people on this board, very similar situation to myself, their families are all military. They fought for the same thing that my family fought for. So we sit here united in that front. I know that, right and left. So that's all I have to say. I was going to say a little more, but that's probably enough. And I think we need to leave it in control of the families to take care of their families as they see fit. And in a case that we can't do that, then we address it at that time. At this point, we have the opportunity to do that. And I think by proving ourselves to do that, we then show our commitment to the hard work for everybody. And I mean every side of this too, by the way, because I heard it from everybody. And those doctors, I trust. I have a son-in-law who has a brother just graduated from U of M. He's a practicing doctor. He feels the same way as all those doctors on that list. In fact, my daughter got vaccinated the other day, and I didn't support that because she just had a baby, and I still don't support it. It's her choice, though. It was her right to do so. She's 29 years old. But it is caused divisions within my own family in that way, anyway. And she's a beautiful child, hard worker, proud as anything of her. And now my other daughter, on the other hand, decided not to get vaccinated. And she had COVID the other day, about 2 weeks ago. A week or so, she's better. She's going to be okay. But it was a tough thing for her, real tough. The interesting thing was, it's a very high probability that someone who got vaccinated gave it to about 10 people. We don't know. For real, we'll never know. To be honest, how do we know? But the only one that was positive was the person who was vaccinated, which is my daughter's girlfriend's uncle. But they all got it. So it is very contagious. It's real. And I said here, I had it. And I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Trust me. No one. What my poor wife went through. Oh my goodness. So here we are today in a tough situation. But we still don't have the right to tell families what to do. We don't. So that's my position. And like I said, I appreciate what this board's doing. I think we're on the right track for a very, very good school system, a good school year to do our best for our students, which is why we're all here, including everybody who's waiting out there at the wee hours. So thank you, everybody.
I guess I'll go ahead. I heard a couple of things tonight. We talked about choices and decisions. I heard someone mention, and it just means there's more ideas out there if we want to think about it. Mask rooms, in other words, rooms where the people in that class have chosen to be in a room with all masked. I don't know if that's an opportunity we could offer as another choice for our parents. We're about choices for our parents. We always have been. So I like that. And I don't know, I'm not sure where Sean was going with block schedules. I know what they are, but I don't know if that was to say that those are easier. It's easier to control it or something like that. I'm not sure where he was going with that. I'm sure you could research that with him. But I'm about choices. I'm also about people making their own decisions. And I'd just like to research some of that because we might be able to go somewhere with that for some of our parents as well. That's all I have on it.
Trombley? Sure. I've been against masks since the day they were told that we had to wear masks, okay? And I've never changed my position. I still don't believe it's up to the state or anyone else to tell us what we should do as an individual. And we should all have choices. We should be in control of our kids. If we want our kids to wear masks, let them wear masks. I still have a son in high school. My daughter just graduated. They didn't want to wear masks. I didn't make them wear masks. I don't think I gave them their choice of what they wanted to do. And that's the way I feel moving forward. And I'm certainly not going to impose masks on other people if they don't want to send their kids to school with masks. I mean, without masks. So that's my position. I've never changed, and that's the way I'll continue. So I think everyone knows how I'll vote tonight. So let's get it on.
I have one other. I forgot one of my friends, a young man that I coached in Science Olympiad at Scranton Middle School. He has been a friend since he graduated now from the university. I went to his graduation. His own dad didn't go, so I went. And my wife and I went actually to support him. And nice young man. So he decides, and this is how he told me. He said, you know, Mr. Conley, I went and got vaccinated because I want to protect others. I said, oh, how'd it work out? Hospital 3 times. First time was a heart attack. Now, potential heart attack, acting like a heart attack. And then the next thing was, well, maybe it was just his nerves about it, and he's got a high profile job already, and he's in computer science. He's this brilliant young man. But that's what happened to him. So he's in the emergency ward at least twice and maybe 3 times. And the third time, just by chance at 6:30 in the morning, I just decided to call the kid up to see how he was doing. That's when I learned about all these things. He was on his way to the hospital. Again, that was the 3rd time, but driving himself. So there can be negative effects. So is it really from the vaccination? Who knows? Was it his life and what's going on and the pressure on him, you know, because of the job and him not? And I can share one thing that's certain though. The restrictions placed on everybody working from home, not being engaged in society, all these other things could be contributing factors to his possible anxiety to go with this. So when and Ken brought up possible, I'm going to call it what I was thinking, Ken, it's the segregation. I don't promote that at all. I couldn't, and I want you to think about it. And I support the idea that we talk about ideas that might make it better. But things like this, we need to come together on it. And, this, like the parents are worried about the kids who have a mask, the ones that don't, and how they're being treated. Well, if we all work from home and teach our children that it's that person, it's okay to be who you are and all these things and not discriminatory over these things, which we know is a dream in a way. It's called a dream sheet, right? We don't always get that. Our kids, we all dealt with it with our kids. Heck, we dealt with it ourselves. You got to remember, I remember Mr. Hammond was my English teacher here. This used to be a library, by the way. And he said, when I got on the parent advisory committee in 2000, when my son started at Scranton Middle School, so what is that, 21 years ago, he said to me, he says, you kind of got to remember when you were there. Because I couldn't figure out these kids were so squirrely in middle school. I was like, what's wrong? The kids are running around. He said, this is normal. He said, you need to remember what did you do when you were at Scranton Middle School? I was in the office a lot with Bob Scranton. That's where I was. So that's the truth. And fortunately, public education was like the best thing that could have happened to me. So that's why I'm here today, I guarantee you. And we have to protect the value system that public education stands for. And son of a gun, another one of our veterans, Bob Scranton, another one come out of World War II. And boy, you didn't want to mess with him. So as we look at what's right to do, I think we have to look at our leadership in the past and what led us to where we're at today. And we've taken on these unpaid school board positions as volunteers in a way in our community to make it a better place. And I'm absolutely positive that everybody on this school board has that intent. I don't believe anyone here has the wrong intent. And as we vote with or against each other on projects, I have not seen them vote against kids ever, any of us. And if tonight becomes a day that people believe we're voting against kids, that's not the case. I'm voting against the best interest for students. That is not going to ever happen. It may be a different opinion on how to get the best for our students. That's all. It's not that we're not doing our best, because I already know everybody on here. I'm very familiar with it now. And I know our leadership in our school is the same way. These men and women that run this school district, I mean, they'd help any student. So we just need to keep that in mind and how fortunate we are to live in a great community, a great town, a free state, and a free country. And we need to keep it that way. So thank you.
So I initially have a question. I mean, as I understand the motion, it's to require universal masking indoors. And there's a lot of different scenarios of activities and events and things that happened indoors last year that were subject to different regulations, that wasn't an across-the-board restriction or imposition that was dictated by the board. And I'll just give one example, high school sports. So the MHSAA, which we adopted our policy, we have to comply with and agree to the terms that they implement. They don't require a mask. So when we're hosting a women's volleyball game in our high school, are we saying that the other team, as part of, I'm just getting clarification, are we saying the other team has to wear masks in order to compete against our athletes in our gymnasium? Is that part of, and this is one example of what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, and I thank you for the question, because I think it's important for us to think about all of the implications of whatever we choose to do or not do this evening. As I understood it from the work that we did last year, MHSAA has to control the terms of the sporting event itself. And the only way we can do something else is if we leave that organization and our students don't participate. So as much as I would hope that they would adopt the same mask recommendations that we see in the public health information that's been released, I don't think that the board has the authority to control how those sports are conducted as part of official events. But an event hosted at our building, if we're asking visitors to mask, I would ask the people attending that event to mask.
And I raise that because I don't think we have the authority either to dictate what other members of the MHSAA athletes can do, and regardless of whatever restrictions we think are appropriate in our buildings. So I think that that's just one example, and I certainly have not given it thought of all of the exhaustive potential examples where there could be ramifications of us overstepping our boundaries, and we have to, and so I have some concerns about that. But putting that issue aside, I think where I start is that despite all of the inflammatory rhetoric that we've received in emails, and from comments that have been made by some members of our community, I believe there are two truisms that really permeate this whole discussion. One of which is what Mr. Conley alluded to, and that is that this isn't a debate about whether we as a board should or want to protect our children and to keep them safe. There's no question that everyone sitting up here absolutely has that objective in the forefront of their mind. The question is what is the best and most appropriate vehicle to accomplish that objective? And we may differ on that. In fact, it's clear there already are differences on how we achieve that objective. But the bottom line is that no matter what anyone says, everyone sitting up here absolutely has the health and safety concerns of the children as the paramount objective. The other truism that I believe permeates everything that we're talking about tonight is that we can't eliminate every risk in everything that happens in our school buildings. It's just that doesn't happen. And there are no perfect answers to many issues, not the least of which are all of the issues that we as a board and society in general has faced in the past 18 months. No one alive today was forced to deal with those issues 100 and however many years ago when there last was a pandemic. So as a consequence, there's obviously a lot of different opinions about how to best mitigate risks and what is there is no perfect solution, but what is the best solution? And that's really the bottom line. And because of that, I respect everybody's position and their very passionate pleas about what they think is the best vehicle to accomplish that objective. It's clear that it's very heartfelt, very sincere, and very passionate. And I have the utmost respect for that. However I decide to make whatever decision I feel is the best objective is going to frustrate and anger a significant number that are on the other side of that equation. And I'm sorry that if you disagree obviously you will disagree with me, but I don't want anyone to believe, as I'm sure everyone sitting up here doesn't want you to believe, that we don't care about your concerns or your opinions, because we very much do. What's interesting is that what I just said is kind of like deja vu for me, because I go back a year ago and I had basically almost the same comments at that point in time. Because at that point in time, there were very strong opinions about what should we do in the fall. Should we be in person? Should we be totally virtual? Should there be some sort of a hybrid? And when we were having those discussions, one of the things that kept coming up was that the health department was recommending that we require 6 feet of social distancing in all settings. That was not a mandate, that was a recommendation. And so, and we knew, as did essentially every school district in this state knew, that it was impossible to have 6 feet of social distancing in all situations in every classroom. No building for that matter is built to accomplish that. So as a consequence, districts had to make a decision. They had to make a decision whether they were going to then abide by the recommendation and go completely virtual, or whether they were going to say, we're going to focus on the mandates, because this is what the health department and the state and the governor's office at that point in time had made the decision, and they're the ones particularly with respect to the health department and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, they are the experts that did the risk assessment. They said, we have competing risks. We have the social and emotional toll that will be taken, that these students will absorb if they are not allowed to be in person. And you weigh that against the potential medical risks of having students in buildings without being able to accomplish 6 feet of social distancing. They are the ones that weighed those risks, very competing but equally important objectives that had to be taken into consideration. And from that, they made the recommendation that the schools have 6 feet of social distancing. But it wasn't a mandate, in my opinion, because those organizations realized that there wasn't an absolute risk mitigation on one side of the equation. You had competing risks, and there was recommendations that were made, but the decisions had to be made for what was the best interests of the children. As everyone knows, when we had that meeting, we're only about 2 hours shy of how long that meeting lasted, because that meeting went till about 2:30 in the morning, and we heard a lot of the same inflammatory rhetoric that our school is gonna have to take out in memoriam pages in the yearbooks, that if we go in person, we're going to choose the only option that comes with body bags. They're going to be wheeling people out of our buildings in gurneys. We heard it all. And I, as a board member, I refuse to make my decisions based on fear mongering. I'm going to look at the situation. I'm going to assess the pros and cons and the risks based upon in the context of the overall recommendations. And so we as a board ultimately voted, as everyone knows, to go back in person, albeit in a 2-1-2 hybrid format. And contrary to all of the fear mongering that we did receive at that time, that what we were able to accomplish was a tremendous success. It could have never been accomplished if we had, as a board, decided that we were going to go outside of mandates and start imposing restrictions by making value judgments about the risk assessment of these competing health risks that weren't mandated by the health department. We chose that decision. Many districts didn't choose that decision. And what I find interesting is that I know we've heard a lot of comments by folks saying, well, there's a handful of districts that have been mentioned here this evening, and we've received emails. And I believe that, at least as of Friday, I think there was the number, there was 11% of the districts in the entire state had adopted their own mask mandate. Is that correct, Dr. Outlaw? Somewhere in that ballpark. So you had 11% of the districts in the entire state of Michigan, as of Friday, had adopted a mask mandate. And many of those districts were also the same districts that went entirely virtual and said it's unsafe. And we're not just going to stick to the mandates, we're going to impose our own restrictions. And when things get better, we will then go back to an in-person scenario. Well, there are many districts that never went back to an in-person scenario because the goalposts were always moving. And quite frankly, I think that what those districts did to those students is reprehensible. It was outrageous that they would impose that type of restriction for an entire year based upon moving goalposts and making decisions and making risk assessments by playing armchair epidemiologists. Okay? The people in the health department and the Department of Health and Human Services, they're the experts. They're the ones that look at the data. And if you question that, let's go back and look what happened last year. There were instances where the health department stepped in and shut down schools. Heartland, at the beginning of the school year last year, had a spike of outbreak of COVID positive students, and the county health department forced Heartland to go entirely virtual. Of course, we know for the entire month of December, the state mandated that all of the high school students were required to be in a virtual setting. And that's what happened. Why? Because those departments who have the experts that make the risk assessment, they determined that for the sake of public health, it was necessary to do so. And so they made that decision. The health department still has the same authority. I mean, some health departments have made that decision. In other counties, they've imposed mandates. There's nothing to say that our health department can't make that decision. And obviously has been discussed. You can get quoted studies on both sides of the equation, okay? And I respect everyone that believes in the merit in one and not the other, and vice versa. The fact of the matter is the health department has the same access to all of those studies as well. And frankly, they certainly understand those studies far better than any of us do. And after reviewing all of those competing studies and looking at the metrics and everything else, they've decided that there's not going to be a mandate. So now people are coming to us and saying, well, you need to be, now you need to play armchair epidemiologist, and you need to analyze all of these risk assessments and the competing potential mental health versus physical medical health issues that arise in the context of competing considerations. And the fact of the matter is that is not our job. Our job is to obviously educate our children when we are in an environment like a pandemic where many of these issues are just uncharted issues. We rely on the experts to impose those mandates and intervene when the public health requires them to do so. That's, to me, it's as simple as that. I'm not putting credence in one set of studies versus the other. The fact of the matter is it's the health department that has to make that determination because they're the best body to make that determination. And for those who may say, well, how can you ignore those recommendations? The health department's going to make those. We've made the recommendation to wear masks. Nobody's up here saying that we're instructing and recommending that no one wears masks. We've recommended that people wear masks. That's a completely different issue. The health department is recommending that there be masks. Couldn't agree more, personally. But the fact of the matter is, they're not mandating it. So if they're not mandating it, it's not our job to armchair quarterback epidemiology for the health department. So because of that, I believe that we need to stay the course. We made the decision in May that we were going to we were not going to follow the recommendation then that we create our own mask mandate. And we made the decision back then that we remain aligned only with what was mandated by the state and by the health department. That was decided back then. That was despite a recommendation to the contrary. And so here we are. And I understand the concern that everyone has about the spread and the Delta variant and its impacts. And obviously, as has been discussed, no one wants anybody to get sick. But the health department is that's the entity that needs to make that decision. And of course, they're going to err on the side of caution and recommend masks because they're going to want to try to keep the community as safe as possible. But the fact that they have not mandated masks in this context, the silence is deafening from my perspective. So,
Roger, I have one comment. Number one, I never recommended masks, ever. I never recommended people get vaccinated. That's up to them. And the school sent out a flyer that said recommendation for these things. I want to make it perfectly clear. It's not my position to recommend any of that stuff. And my position, when I saw it, I thought we should have a discussion about it. In fact, it could be on a board thing to talk about. So if people want to make those kind of recommendations on their own family, that's one thing, that's great. But I never said, I thought you should wear a mask in school. I always have held the position, it's up to the family. And I think it's very important though, that as a board, we discuss those topics before we send out a mass mailer that says that we said we recommended it. Okay, so in the future, and even on the one we sent out, and I'm fine if the board says that's what they want to do. I support that 100%. That's why we're a board.
Well, but didn't the
Call the question.
Roll call.
Get on to the vote. I call the question.
I have one follow-up question.
Okay.
From Dr. Elba. And the question I have is the July communication that went out to all the districts, did it or did it not have a recommendation for masking?
The July 21st did not. It said it was a county grid and it said mask optional is the specific language that was used in the July version. Since then, the recommendations have become stronger since that time. And that's the draft that I shared with the board. It's a draft that had not been shared. So that's why it's been held back, so I can get more direction on what I shared.
But that's why we should talk about it. And if the board, like I said, it's a board decision, and I'm good if the board decides it needs to go that way, and it becomes a recommendation. And it still is a choice. So but for me, I'm not going to recommend it. I leave it up to families. So I guess we need to vote.
All right, so we have a motion, support, we've had discussion.
Roll call vote.
All right, Ms. Ackermeyer, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Stahl?
No.
Dr. Krebs?
Yes.
Mr. Trombley?
I'll make my answer very simple so it won't get manipulated in social media. No.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Conley?
No.
Mr. Myers?
No. Motion fails 3-4. That concludes our for action portion of our agenda and moves us into for future action. Item A, Neola policies. Mr. Scaling.
Yes, updates for a
Excuse me. We still have business to conduct, so please keep it down.
Updates from Neola to board policies are presented for your review. The policies have been reviewed by the policy committee. I did provide a summary of the updates. As there are a number of them, I did provide that summary so that could give you some indication as what the updates include. These policies will be for action at the next board meeting.
All right. Anybody have any questions regarding the draft of the policies?
If I could just add on to what Mr. Scaling said, and thank you for putting together the summary for the board. I think that was a really helpful addition to our discussion that hopefully will help the board as we think through whether the policies should be amended or adopted. The first 3 groups of policies, those were the ones that we've been looking at for a while now, and we're pending a recommendation from the policy committee back to the board again on whether an appeal should be presented to the full board or to a smaller subgroup of the board. We had talked at the last meeting about whether we might like to propose a subcommittee of the board, like the executive committee, 3-person panel that would hear the appeals. After talking through some of the pros and cons of that here at the board table and then again at the policy committee is recommending that we have a panel of 3 board members rather than a standing committee, but a panel of 3 so that we can shift and as availability requires. And because we also thought it was important that the Title IX training and the anti-harassment training that you need in order to hear those appeals is something that the full board would benefit from. So
Then it would still come to the board?
No.
With the, it would be the 3-person board.
it would be the 3-person.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I was going to say, one of the reasons for this was to protect victims in the Title IX.
I heard you when you guys were talking about it.
So this was, whereas if generally it would be a perpetrator who is bringing a case forward, this will protect the victim regardless of the situation. And I think it's important, Alicia was saying this, but the idea is that it could be any three of us, so it's not always the same three
Could
people.
rotate.
So all seven of us are trained, and then it could be any three of us for the panel.
Would there be then, there'd be someone from administration in that meeting as well? So then it would,
And these would be the types of things where we would also have counsel involved.
similar to expulsion hearings and different things. Okay, in this case, so there'd be 3 board members that would handle it. Thank you.
The other policies that are part of this package, this is the first time that they're coming before the board. I don't think we made any significant changes to the things that Neola had proposed. I think there was one where we did simplify it a bit with some of the optional language. That was policy 8450.01 on the exemptions for mask coverings when they're required. It does not require us to have mask coverings on its own. It's just a discussion of how the district will deal with it if it is in effect. So it would not, adoption of this would not nullify the action the board just took, just so we're clear. But in going through some of the different options that Neola had in their proposed policy, we thought it was just too complicated. So we reduced the number of things there. And as always, let us know if there's anything you have questions about or anything that you'd like to see revised.
Regarding that mask topic, can you break it out specifically and email it to me? I'll read through it.
Sure.
But what you're talking about and then send it to myself and maybe we can just do an all board mailing on that issue. So we get that on the table.
Any further discussion? The one thing I would just add too, is as I understand it, is there will need to be training for the Title IX panel.
Yes.
And depending on if, we'll have to have a conversation about whether we're going to just designate, like have sort of that person, that like a sort of a committee structure where we're going to have 3 people trained or just get everybody trained if we're going to have a rotational basis on serving on that Title IX hearing panel.
Sure. I think the way the draft is written right now, it's a panel. We haven't designated a
Right.
subcommittee. So
But whoever's going to sit on that panel has to.
obviously has to have the
But
training.
we thought there'd be value in just in having everybody trained.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. But that's just
That was
something-
that was kind of our reasoning, that it would be valuable to have everybody trained.
If I'm trainable on it, right? Okay, You'll decide. You're the teacher.
Not my
Check
decision.
Okay. Anything further on the Neola policies? Okay, thank you. Next item B, renewal of contracts. Mr. Scaling.
So I'll jump in on this one,
sorry.
for Mr. Scaling on it, because he's part of this group, so I'm gonna bring. So, for the next meeting, I would like to bring a proposal, for council every year. The Board of Education approves contracts. That's for your assistant superintendents, the administrative group, and a few other folks. They bring those forward. That's an annual thing that the board does. We'd like to bring that forward on this 13th. Question to the board is this: every employee in the district, for the most part, has received a 1.5% increase as part of their union contracts. We have some people that are the non-affiliated staff members that are not part of unions. And would like to propose that we bring those people forward for a 1.5% increase as well. The groups are the Bridge, the Central Office Administrators, not including me, Central Office Support Team, which would be STAR and the group, Community Education, Hotspot, and that's it. And it would be a total cost of $52,379.40 for it to do a 1.5% increase for those people that are not part of union contracts. So I'd like to propose that we bring those contracts to you, including the 1.5 increase for 13. Looking for board feedback.
Question.
Sure.
So non-union contract, what does that mean? A teacher potentially that's not a union member would get that increase, or they
fall
automatically
under the BEA, whether they're choose to be a member or not, they fall under the BEA for raises. Yep, these are the people that are not, their job title is not affiliated with any collective bargaining agreement.
So I have a question. On this sheet, you have the administrators. I thought the administrators didn't get that. Was it
The administrators they need to have their contract, they need to have their individual contracts approved. They wouldn't be part of the 1.5.
And then you don't have Tot Spot on here, but you mean things like Tot Spot in the bridge, is that?
Tot Spot is on, I'm not sure we have the same list here.
I don't see it.
So I'll pass this. I'll get you this entire
Okay,
list.
so
of
we have
all the
another
Yes,
list.
for the next
Thank you.
meeting, this is the document that I have here. I'm sorry that I didn't get this to you before, but it has all the names and the exact amount that it costs. Mr. Egger put that together all the way through, and it is $52,379 for the people that are on this list in those different groups.
And that'll be every year then. That's going to be a continuous, it's not like a one-time raise. This is a.
Well, no, I think it's, so, and again, I'm coming from another district, but typically when you bargain with all of your different groups, if you give a raise to your other groups, the people that are not affiliated with those, it's usually a courtesy that you wouldn't punish them for not being part of a collective bargaining agreement. So that's kind of the approach. So these folks, if everybody else got a raise, the idea would be that they would get consideration as well.
What is the term I was looking for? So it's going to automatically renew, so the 1.5 is permanent pay.
Base.
Right, correct. Okay, so the wage goes up 1.5%, so that they get another raise, they get another 1.5.
Yes.
Okay, it's not like it's going to go away next year.
Correct.
And that keeps them on par with everything else everybody else got.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Are we okay with that coming forward as the proposal for next month, or do you want to? Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay.
So
These
they
are
can refer
great people. I know a couple of them here. But,
I think you got board consensus to bring it forward.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
We're Bill out.
Okay, thank you.
We're Bill.
Okay. That moves us to item C, MASB's 2020 Delegate Assembly, certify your delegates. Who's handling that one? Star? Is that right?
So you typically, I think last year it was Ken and Alicia who volunteered to attend the assembly. I don't know, we ended up having it, it was virtual. Did we end up- You're out. So you can think about it for next time if anybody would like to volunteer. This one's in person this year.
Bill's not here, we can nominate.
Perfect. Everybody, let's do a consensus. Let's do it.
Yes. All right, so I'll give some thought, and if anyone's willing to volunteer.
Perfect.
I've been to the one at the Amway before. It's a good time. Just saying.
All right. Item D, BAS Pack of Dogs donation. Mr. Hilton?
I think it's a sheet, looks like the Story family would like to donate $1,235, I think, to the Pack of Dogs program. We're gonna bring that forward for action next week.
Wonderful.
Other than that, I
Any
don't.
questions? The Story family certainly, they do a lot more even than the $1,235. Appreciate it.
So again, I'm sorry. Just a clarification, is this just then at the bottom, it's the motion?
Yeah.
Is that not?
Is it a typo? It's just,
That needs to be updated, I think.
because the motion, yeah, it says the Tierney
Yeah, and
family.
it's $5,000.
That was a carryover from the
That's what I
last
was
meeting,
wondering.
so.
That's the copy and paste issue. From a procedural standpoint, especially in months like this where we've only got one board meeting, I'm not sure how often we really need to have two readings to accept a donation. I would just throw out there that we could perhaps have the donations accepted as a 4-action item on first reading.
The board's okay with that, we can, with just the donations, we can
move that right now.
Can I just say this? I'm not sure. They might want to be present. If
Some
haven't-
donations, that's
we haven't done that before, so they wouldn't know that we do it. It's just a consideration.
That's a good point for tonight, but for future ones, perhaps we.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, they could be
do two
notified that
readings.
it's going to be for action, you
Right.
know, and so they.
We'll start that from here forward.
Yeah, I mean, are you guys okay with that? Okay, but yeah, obviously we won't do that tonight for the story donation. Yeah, okay. Okay, that concludes our for future action and moves us into board committee reports, Board of Education bulletins. Anyone?
That's some good news.
Love some good news.
Are we going to do it tomorrow? When's our appointment over at the?
Wednesday.
It's Wednesday, it's Wednesday. Okay, we got some really good news. So, and we have some other news that I've been having to work in our shop class quite a bit lately, but I'm gonna get through that. Started this morning real early. 5 of my guys, but we're working it. So the shop is coming right along. Good night. So we're gonna, the auto program should be really ramped up and rolling when the kids get there. I think I heard near 200 students signed up. Is that what about 200. They're full. They're going to be bulging at the seams, which was the dream sheet many years ago. And we originally said, yeah, let's put some dollars into that. Because remember, automotive is a pathway to a lot of areas. So HVAC, which is heating, ventilation, air conditioning, plumbing, hydraulics, pneumatics, it's all in there. So it really isn't that they're going to be auto mechanics. A lot of my guys have been through it. We see doctors and we have engineers. I got one guy that's at NASA that was one of our Science Olympiad kids even. So you just don't know where they're going to go. But on a new scope of work we're working on, which is our health occupations, developing the program, Health Ox, and advancing it to CNA training and some other things. They're also full, correct, Dr. Outlaw? Our Health Ox is currently full right now.
Yeah, we have every spot for the consortium.
We're bulging. And we heard another thing, and that, remember back a few years ago, we were down very low and, well, we don't know if this is going to work out. Well, it's worked out very well. And like, I think someone said, was speaking, can you guys get to work on stuff at school stuff? Because that's what we're all here for, right? Is to see and help advance our students and opportunities for our students. So we're going to be at a meeting on Wednesday with the largest university hospital / environment to visit with them at their training facilities for nursing. They came and visited our school and their head peoples, and we've been invited to their school. So there's a group of us all going, and I think those are probably 10 of us, right? Give or take. We have a big group coming from the school. They invited to go, and I can share with you that it was Bill Trombley's. It wasn't Bill. Bill made a few phone calls. They were interested, and so could be some opportunity. Actually, I know there is. The relationship we talked about and things that could have evolved and developed will be wonderful for the students at Brighton Area Schools, something that we would only have dreamt of. So let's see where it goes. And then we can report back maybe next time with names and things that would be appropriate at that time. At this time, it probably wouldn't be appropriate to talk about the names. But it's just right now, and the invitation, they came to our school and now we get to go to theirs. And so there's some exciting things. It'll be a nice, kind of like the other kind of little missions we're on, trying to see more opportunities for our kids in every area. And that covers this as well. This is one of those things that's from, if you're going to be in the service end of things, or if you want to be a doctor, we have a doctor out here, if you want to grow to that level. And I've met some of our kids out of our program that went on to be, PAs and different things and went through school and they got to launch right here at Brighton. And that's the goal, is to continue that and add more. I understand we actually turned down a big number of students last year, not this year. It was 100. I was told by administration, we turned down 100 students that wanted to take one of our programs. Well, we need to build those programs. If we got 100 students that want to take it, well then, and Dr. Outlaw was very open-minded to this meeting, and they all were there, by the way. So management came and the superintendent right down, and it was a great first visit. They knew that our school system was serious about developing these programs and opportunities for students. So that's why we're here tonight, actually, right? So we'll have more to report shortly. So yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Anyone else? All right. That concludes the board committee reports, Board of Education bulletins. And that concludes all of the items on our agenda this evening. The next regular board meeting of the Brighton Area Schools Board of Education will be Monday, September 13 at 7 p.m. And this meeting is adjourned.
I don't know.
They know, he saw me taking a break.
Sir? Quite all right. Thank you so much.